Chapter 1084. The Soul River forced me to destroy a small world that I've set up for tens of thousands of years. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Zhou Tong took one last look at the small world that had returned to the primal chaos. With a wave of his hand, he erased all traces of himself. Zhou Tong quickly left the place. Not long after he left, a figure instantly appeared here. All traces have been wiped clean. Moreover, they can hide from the detection of the reincarnation power in the Soul River. It seems that they came prepared. Is this really a backup plan left behind by that person? The figure muttered. Could it be that that person had already predicted what we were going to do, so after leaving, he left behind some backup plan to keep us in check? The most important thing was that the other party could hide from the detection of the Soul River. This was shocking. It was impossible for an immortal king to have such an ability. Immortal kings could at most resist the summons of the Soul River, but they couldn't remove the imprint left in their bodies by the Soul River. Only an existence above the immortal king could do all this. It seems that we need to slow down a little. At least we have to figure out what backup plan that person left behind. The person sighed in the end. Soon, the person quickly left this place. However, after he left, not far away in the primal chaos, in an area covered by countless formation runes, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. As expected, someone came. It's not a quasi-immortal emperor, but an immortal king. It seems that the quasi-immortal emperor on the Soul River's side has some problems that he hasn't solved yet. That's why he sent these immortal kings as the vanguard. Of course, Zhou Tong couldn't leave just like that. He still wanted to see if the Soul River had any backup plans. He also wanted to verify his guess and see what the Soul River had done to those immortal kings. As for encountering a quasi-immortal emperor, Zhou Tong had also thought about this problem. If it was really a quasi-immortal emperor with his speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Even the traces that he erased wouldn't be able to hide from the quasi-immortal emperor. In other words, if it was a quasi-immortal emperor, then he had to leave this world no matter what. But then again, if it wasn't a quasi-immortal emperor, then Zhou Tong had nothing to fear. But that makes sense. If the quasi-immortal emperors had appeared so early, Yi Fan and the others in the original work would have had no chance of survival from the very beginning. How could they have lasted until the quasi-immortal emperor level before clashing with the other side? If I'm not wrong, there might still be 1,000,000 years before those quasi-immortal emperors appear. During this period of time, the quasi-immortal emperors in those places in the Soul River are most likely in seclusion. They might also be dealing with some traces left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang or something. However, it's a pity that I don't have enough information. I'm also afraid of alerting the enemy, so I don't dare to make a move on him. Otherwise, I would have taken him down directly. Perhaps I would have been able to learn more. Zhou Tong felt that it was a pity. If he had killed the person sent by the Soul River, he might have been able to obtain more information. According to Immortal King Cloud Mirror's experience, it shouldn't be a problem to kill them directly. However, if we want to investigate the secrets of the Soul River, there's a chance that we'll draw out the traps and restrictions left behind by the Soul River. That damn Soul River. He's really good at protecting his own information. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. Oh, I have to clean up the dark matter in my body again. I don't know where this dark matter came from. Zhou Tong was about to leave when he frowned. He once again activated the Phoenix Nirvana Divine Flame and the Purifying Immortal Light to get rid of the dark matter in his body. After a long time, he exhaled and stood up again. He could have another 2 months of peace. Damn it. I've searched the souls of these 13 immortal kings, but I still can't find a way to deal with the dark matter. These immortal kings are also useless. Zhou Tong wanted to curse. However, I remember that Heavenly Emperor Huang also dealt with the dark matter all the way. Therefore, after he became a quasi-immortal emperor, not only did the dark matter not do anything to him, But it even nourished his body? If I can find some of Heavenly Emperor Huang's things, perhaps I can find something? Speaking of which, if I'm not wrong, one of my true fates might be in the long river of time. Zhou Tong's heart stirred. Then, he waved his hand, whoosh! An illusory river appeared. For a moment time surged. Time surged, and the waves hit the sky. This was a vast and boundless river. It roared and whizzed through the endless distance, never to return. This was also a long river of history. On each wave, one could see the tide of each era. Some were peerless heroes with imposing appearances, some were peerless heroes with extraordinary heroic appearances, and some were beautiful fairies with fairy-like skin and jade bones. At this moment, the changes of time, the vicissitudes of time, and the ups and downs of the human world all appeared. Faintly, scenes of history appeared before his eyes. There were the sufferings of the common people, the vicissitudes of life, heroes in their twilight years, and great calamities. This is the real long river of time. It's not manifested by any secret technique. It's so shocking and vast. Not to mention immortal kings, even a quasi-immortal emperor would definitely not be able to interfere in the slightest. Zhou Tong looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. The appearance of the long river of time was also a shock to Zhou Tong. It was also the first time he saw the long river of time in this world. The majesty of the power of time deeply shocked his mind. Some of the images were very clear, while some were very blurry. Zhou Tong looked carefully. He had seen some things when he observed the divine medicine through the reincarnation mirror. Some things were heard of in ancient books. There were also some things that he didn't know at all and had been completely forgotten by history. Zhou Tong wanted to see clearly, but when he really stared at it, everything became blurry and gradually ethereal. The long river of time wasn't something that could be casually spied on. If I go back to the past, I might be able to see some of Heavenly Emperor Huang's past. Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He leaped and entered the long river of time. The long river of time was incomparably vast. Although it was a river, it didn't look any different from the sea. The length and upstream and downstream of the long river of time represented the dimension of time, and the width of the long river of time represented the boundless void. The long river of time was simply like a maze. One could only see the upstream and downstream, but nothing else. Zhou Tong quietly walked in the long river of time, one step at a time, stepping on the waves. Walking in the long river of time, unless one had very clear coordinates, it was very easy to get lost. Even a quasi-immortal emperor was the same. Therefore, Zhou Tong only relied on his own feelings to walk in the long river of time. He relied on his connection with his true fate to walk in the long river of time. In this state, what he could encounter and what he could see depended on the karma and fate in the unseen. Chapter 1085. At a certain node in the long river of time. This was an extremely special place. Someone displayed an unmatched divine ability, forcibly setting up an extremely special node in the long river of time, sending many things here. There were grand and enormous metal buildings here, looking like they were built for giants using divine gold. Only, these buildings were all in ruins, the walls covered in palm imprints, sword scars, arrow holes, claw marks, and other marks. However, despite this being the case, these buildings still released tremendous pressure, possessing a type of divine and dignified aura. This palace was already in ruins, but there was one palace that was an exception. This was a metal palace that was as large as a small mountain, its roof lifted. That place was filled with the sound of birds, fragrance of flowers, wisteria winding about, verdant and lush, full of exuberant vitality. Inside this ruined metal palace, there was a stone table, as well as 2 praying mats. On one of the praying mats sat a tall male, his entire body surrounded by streaks of light, his appearance impossible to see, but he released a type of dignified and divine aura, as if he was an unmatched deity. This was precisely Zhou Tong's Lightning Emperor True Mandate. The Lightning Emperor True Mandate had already arrived in this era for countless years, cultivated for countless years, to the extent where even his Lightning Emperor's lightning aura had already disappeared. Heavenly Emperor Huang finally came? I've already waited half a great era. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's Lightning Emperor True Mandate raised his head, looking towards a corner of the distant palace. The mission without end and 6 Tao reincarnations entrusted to me can also be considered complete. I can finally be free. Zhou Tong thoughtfully looked towards the lower reaches of the long river of time. He also sensed that his main body was currently downstream, and it seemed to be approaching this place. At the same time, Sure Hao was also a bit stupefied as he looked towards the nearby palaces. This is that? What kind of place did I end up in? Sure Hao looked at the palaces around him, a bit confused. Even though these palaces were damaged, from the atmosphere and aura, one could tell that these were definitely palaces that unimaginable existences had lived in before. What is the purpose of sending me here? Sure Hao said softly. Gift you with an opportunity. Right at this time, Zhou Tong's voice sounded, extremely abrupt, breaking the peace of this place. Sure Hao was shaken. His reaction was extremely fast. His entire body shone, and bone patterns covered his body densely. He was completely on guard. As an expert who had walked out of battle, this was his instinctive reaction in the face of the unknown. However, he quickly followed the direction of the voice and arrived at the place where Zhou Tong's Thunder Emperor True Fate was. Please sit, Zhou Tong said. Although his voice was not loud, it was like the sound of thunder, sacred and majestic. Who are you? Could it be a true immortal? Sure Hao looked towards Zhou Tong, unable to help but blurt out. The atmosphere of this place was extremely special, giving off a type of feeling that pointed directly at the great Tao. It was to the extent where Sure Hao felt that even his thoughts became much simpler here, no longer having so many chaotic thoughts. She spoke whatever came to her mind, and her entire being seemed to have become purer. Yes or no, what's the difference? Apart from the long river of time, there is no place for me to stay in the outside world. Zhou Tong's voice was calm and indifferent, not hiding anything from Sure Hao. Sure Hao was stunned. The person before him might very well be a true immortal, but what was going on with no place for him to stay in the outside world? Could it be that he died, and what was before him was just an imprint? Zhou Tong casually waved his hand. A wine pot and 2 jade cups immediately appeared on the stone table. The jade cups were simple and unadorned, carrying a type of natural Tao aura. However, the wine pot was no small matter. Zhou Tong picked up the wine pot. Strand after strand of chaotic energy immediately seeped out from the pot opening. Zhou Tong poured out the wine. Sparkling silver liquid immediately flowed out from the wine pot. This liquid even released immortal energy, carrying a type of indescribable fragrance that almost made one intoxicated. This wine. Sure Hao was greatly alarmed. Just its appearance alone was enough to tell that it was no small matter. If he really drank it, it was unknown what kind of transformation would take place, unknown what kind of benefits he would obtain. Please. Zhou Tong raised the jade cup at his side, and then indicated for Sure Hao to drink. However, Sure Hao was still a bit confused. What am I currently experiencing? Nothing much, nothing more than drinking and chatting. Zhou Tong chuckled. What do you want to know? I might be able to answer a few questions for you. Is there some kind of saying about this wine? After I drink it, will my cultivation advance greatly? Sure Hao directly asked. You are overthinking things. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, This wine is known as reincarnation wine, brewed by 6 Tao reincarnations, Immortal King. He used up all of Immortal Ancient Great Era, yet only managed to brew a single pot. This wine cannot help a seedling to grow, so it naturally cannot increase your cultivation. Its mysteries you will naturally understand in the future. 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King? Sure Hao was shocked, not expecting to hear this name again. Correct, 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King, Zhou Tong said in a leisurely manner. Could this be 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King's Tao, right? Sure Hao continued to ask. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, correct, this is precisely 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King's past Tao, right? 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King, and without end Immortal King joined hands, placing this Tao right here, moreover ordering me to guard this place, leaving behind a portion of natural luck for those who come later. His true fate came to this world, so it naturally replaced that female true immortal's imprint, guarding this place. Naturally, all of his experiences were different from the original work's true immortal imprint. Zhou Tong's memories were perfect, so he obviously wouldn't be deliberately mystifying like the original work's true immortal imprint. Of course, there were many questions that Zhou Tong wanted to answer, but there was a type of mysterious karma force that made him shut his mouth. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong himself or his true fate, neither of them had the capital or ability to disturb history. This pot of wine is precisely the natural luck. Sure Hao lowered his head to look at his own wine cup again. Is that so? Many thanks, please. Sure Hao raised his cup, clinking it against Zhou Tong's jade cup. The wine immediately swayed, as if a world was being reincarnated within the wine. Sure Hao began to drink. However, as soon as he drank, he was shocked. It was because he felt like this wine was simply the condensation of immortal ancient era's great Tao. It was unknown just how many great Tao laws were condensed from this pot of wine. It was too shocking. Only after savoring it for a long time did Sure Hao open his eyes, saying, "This is the so-called immortal seed? This is the so-called immortal ancient method?" The meaning of this cup of wine isn't to copy immortal ancient methods, but rather to broaden your horizons. Only when you all step on a brand new path of your own, corroborating each other, will this cup of wine have its own meaning. Otherwise, if you blindly follow immortal ancient's path, it will only be spinning a cocoon around your own feet. Zhou Tong explained from the side. This sentence had to be said, because this was what 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal King and without end Immortal King left behind, as well as what they said to those who came later. This cup of wine wasn't left for cultivators who walked the path of immortal ancient methods, but rather for those who had a pioneering spirit, as well as those who could step on a brand new system. Only they could interpret this cup of wine's profound mysteries, only they could ensure that this cup of wine wasn't wasted. Chapter 1086. At a certain node in the great river of time, 6 Tao Reincarnations Immortal Kings passed Tao right. Sure Hao buried his head in the wine, remaining silent, carefully savoring it. Only after a long time had passed did Sure Hao slowly finish this cup of wine. Heavenly Emperor Huang is worthy of being Heavenly Emperor Huang, able to finish this cup of wine after all. Zhou Tong inwardly praised. He had guarded this place for millions of years. During this time, there were a few cultivators who came here, similarly drinking a cup of wine, but most of them exploded after drinking the first mouthful. It was because they were too weak, unable to endure it. What kind of experiences do you have? Zhou Tong asked. The great world, the gods and devils of the heavens, endless profound mysteries, as vast as a sea of smoke. Sure Hao replied. At the same time, he closed his eyes, the taste of immortal wine still lingering in his mouth. The endless great Tao profound mysteries continued to pour into his mind, turning into symbols one after another, deriving the profound mysteries of immortal ancient scriptures. However, when Sure Hao wanted to carefully study and think about it, his expression immediately changed. What is going on? Why is it like this? Why did everything disappear? Sure Hao cried out in alarm. He tried his best to recall the great Tao imprints, great Tao symbols, great Tao immortal scriptures in the wine, but everything became blurry. He couldn't recall anything. I already said that this cup of wine will only appear when you take an unprecedented step, truly step into a completely different system from immortal ancient method. Only then will the immortal ancient methods you drink have any meaning. Zhou Tong replied. Stepping into a completely new system, how can a cup of wine be enough? Even if it is this pot of wine, it is still nothing more than something brewed by someone. Not even 6 Tao reincarnations immortal king dared say that this was the end of immortal ancients' glorious great eras. Sure Hao said this while reaching out his hand towards the wine pot. He wanted to drink even more wine, drink all of this pot of wine. Zhou Tong didn't stop him either, allowing Sure Hao to grab the wine pot. Dang! The instant Sure Hao made contact with the wine pot, it was as if a bell of time was struck in this world. The bell sound was long and melodious, echoing through the endless ancient heavens. This was a restriction laid down by without end immortal king. This pot of wine could only be picked up by Zhou Tong who guarded this place. If anyone else touched it, they would definitely activate without end immortal king's restriction. Of course, this restriction wasn't a sure kill. Instead, it was something like a test. At this moment, following the sound of the bell of time, Sure Hao felt the bell waves ripple through his primordial spirit. His entire body trembled intensely, the hand that held the wine pot cracked, about to turn into ashes. Buzz. However, in the end, Sure Hao still held on. That wine pot trembled slightly, chaotic energy and immortal energy swirling about. Sure Hao's palm finally stabilized, not continuing to crack apart. He immediately used the Willow Deity technique to heal his injured body. Then, he grabbed the wine jug. Suddenly, the entire palace was buzzing loudly. The ruins were shaking, and even the stars seemed to be trembling. An incomparably terrifying phenomenon descended. There were tens of thousands of streaks of lightning. Moreover, there was also the light of chaos. It was simply like a heavenly punishment. However, Sure Hao didn't care at all. He directly grabbed the wine jug and poured the wine down. Time and space have been touched. This type of lightning carries the power of karma, vaguely surpassing my lightning emperor technique's control. Zhou Tong looked at Sure Hao. At the same time, he raised his head towards the heavens, saying this inwardly. At the same time, a strange thought vaguely appeared in his mind. Heavenly Emperor Huang's final embodiment transformation method, did it appear at this time? Embodiment transformation method, this emperor method was a true, I am the only sovereign method. It was because this method firmly believed that everything in this world was embodiment. Naturally, time and space were all the results of embodiment. This type of emperor method should only be produced in the long river of time. Perhaps the immortal ancient method he drank is precisely the most important catalyst for embodiment. Zhou Tong said inwardly. Right now, Sure Hao was still quietly comprehending the immortal ancient method in the wine. Ha ha ha! Right at this time, a laughter sounded. This laughter was too sudden, carrying a type of soul-shaking feeling. Even Sure Hao, who was immersed in the immortal ancient method, was roused awake by this laughter. Scarlet King, you still came in the end. It seems like you are destined to be eaten by Sure Hao. Zhou Tong also sighed inwardly. Zhou Tong couldn't help but recall the scene of Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Horned Ant, Chao Yusheng and the others eating hot pot together when he shone the reincarnation mirror under the Tao Comprehension tea tree. That hot pot was precisely the time beast Scarlet King. Is there anyone else here? Sure Hao looked towards the calm and collected Zhou Tong, asking. Ha ha ha! The laughter continued, carrying a wave of bleakness. At the same time, the owner of this voice spoke. Finally found you! This voice made Sure Hao shiver inwardly. It was because he already sensed that this voice wasn't aimed at the person before him, but rather at himself. This was especially the case when he didn't know where this person was right now, an unknown place. His true body sat in the endless past, only a magical projection has descended. Zhou Tong said leisurely. He also turned around to look into the distance, towards the upper reaches of the long river of time. Hong Long. The void there was being destroyed, time scattering. Large amounts of rain of light appeared, as well as endless primal chaos exploding. An indistinct void figure stood at the limits, at the upper reaches of the long river of time. However, he was currently descending, moving the sun, moon, and stars, stirring up endless primal chaos. He stepped on the long river of time, following the flow, quickly approaching Zhou Tong. Sure Hao was shocked. That figure couldn't be seen clearly, hazy and indistinct. He could only feel that he was incomparably large. Even though he didn't arrive yet, that type of terrifying aura was deeply engraved in his mind. This type of aura made the mountains and seas dry up, the sun fall with him, the aura he produced destroying everything. Sure Hao only sensed a bit, yet he immediately felt as if he fell into the abyss of hell, his body and mind about to explode. However, Zhou Tong still calmly sat there. Since he didn't show any signs of retaliation, there was no unwillingness or bitterness, only calmness and ease. His appearance immediately gave Sure Hao a bit of confidence. He couldn't help but move a bit closer to Zhou Tong's side. Zhou Tong laughed and said, "You clearly know that it is futile, yet you still insist on taking action through endless time. I really don't know if I should call you stupid, or if you are too arrogant and conceited. After countless years of dominating the other side, you all already consider everything beneath your notice, not understanding what reverence is. By acting like this, you will definitely suffer a blade in the future. For mediocre people like you, time is like a river, rushing forward. Once gone, there is no return. You all fear that you will be contaminated by karma and fall, irreversible, nor do you dare reverse it. However, for me, time is nothing more than a ring. As long as I pay a bit of price, it is enough to reverse it." Scarlet King's voice sounded. He didn't get angry, nor did he act complacently, instead carrying a type of calmness and arrogance. However, within this calmness, there was great might that shook the past, present, and future. Chapter 1087. Scarlet King's words were full of boldness. Sure Hao on the side was stupefied. There was actually someone like this? Pretend as much as you want. Zhou Tong laughed softly. Do you think I am deceiving you? It is just something I did in passing. I sat before endless time, producing some reactions, so why not just erase them in passing? Scarlet King's voice was ice-cold and ruthless. Since you produced some reactions, then your death is already set in stone. Regardless, there is no way to reverse it. Moreover, was it really something you produced, and not the result of your group's deductions? Zhou Tong laughed as he looked at Scarlet King. You speak so arrogantly, but in reality, you have long been scared to death. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, this is precisely what you are talking about. By taking advantage of the situation, I already didn't just kill him. It is unknown just how many people have produced brilliant fireworks in history, but it is still only an instant of brilliance. Scarlet King's voice was unhurried. Zhou Tong didn't fear anything, but Sure Hao on the side was a bit cold. This type of thing was too cruel. The other party actually already predicted many things, and then erased his opponent ahead of time. The most important thing was that his true body was still seated before endless time, following the great river of time to eliminate his opponent. There wasn't even a chance for revenge. This type of feeling made him feel too helpless and sorrowful. However, do you know that those geniuses you all erased, even if you all didn't take action, they still wouldn't be able to live for much longer. They might be lost in the great river of time, or they might fall in other places. In short, it is useless for you all to take action and kill geniuses. Zhou Tong continued. Meanwhile, the geniuses that can truly affect you all are definitely not those you all can kill while seated before endless time. Heaven and earth have their own Tao of operation. The karma force you all triggered by disturbing time and space is enough to draw down heavenly punishment. Is that so? However, even if it is useless, so what? Just casually crushing an ant to death is all. I want to see just how I can't erase a trifling ant. I want to see just what kind of heavenly punishment can harm me. Scarlet King was fearless, immediately about to take action. He wanted to cross time and space to attack Sure How. This action would make the heavens collapse and earth rend, triggering a world-shaking great change. Hong Long. However, right at this time, purple dragons began to move about chaotically. Those were streaks of chaotic lightning that were as thick as mountain ranges. They tangled with the chaotic energy here, the power immeasurable. At this moment, it was as if a god's trial had descended from the sky and was about to kill King Chi. Lightning tribulation? Ha ha ha, is there really a karmic entanglement? Killing this ant along the way seems to be the right choice. Scarlet King stood in the primal chaos and couldn't help but laugh. With such a wild laugh, the stars around him rustled and fell. Some large stars even directly exploded. This kind of terrifying power was incomparable. The starlight that filled the sky dimmed. Boom! Then, Scarlet King's body instantly erupted with the most terrifying divine light. The power was like an endless sun exploding. Then, it exploded with a boom and turned into billions of the most resplendent beams of light. Like divine rainbows shooting through the sky, like celestial clouds shining, they all charged towards the lightning. At this moment, Scarlet King also made his move. Moreover, who knew how many grand techniques he used to attack this terrifying lightning tribulation. However, the lightning in the void also underwent a transformation at the same time. That expanse of heavenly tribulation like lightning swept outwards like a massive wave, illuminating this great river of time until it was blazing brilliantly, exceptionally resplendent. Hong Long. Then, heaven and earth trembled. The heavenly Tao laws seemed to have completely submitted to the lightning, merging into the lightning tribulation. This world and the great river of time were all trembling. Lightning subdued all Tao, grasping heaven and earth Tao laws. This type of lightning tribulation, the lightning can actually evolve like this? Sure How's horizons were broadened. He inwardly compared this lightning tribulation with the lightning emperor precious technique he had learned before, immediately feeling greatly moved. The endless streaks of terrifying radiance were released from Scarlet King's hands, every single streak representing a type of extremely terrifying precious technique or secret technique, incomparably terrifying. However, in that instant, lightning wrapped around 10,000 Tao, simultaneously evolving, targeting every single streak of radiance. In that instant, all of the divine Tao laws, all of the radiance exploded, everything becoming dim. Before that expanse of lightning, they turned into nothingness. This scene left everyone stunned. So many terrifying great divine abilities were actually instantly neutralized by this expanse of lightning? However, soon after, everyone sensed that something wasn't right. Regardless of whether it was Sure How or Scarlet King, they felt like this type of lightning was a bit strange. If it really was lightning tribulation formed by heaven and earth, how could there be this type of method to deal with it? It was too direct, simply seeing through all of the opponent's methods, and then using the lightning to produce the corresponding methods. This type of method, it can't be heavenly tribulation, nor can it be heavenly punishment. It's you! Scarlet King immediately looked towards Zhou Tong who was seated there, his eyes flickering with radiance. Your aura is a bit familiar, you are someone I know, but your aura has changed a bit? However, soon after, Scarlet King was shocked, because he vaguely sensed what this familiar feeling was. This type of aura and this type of lightning, you are one of the 10 vicious lightning emperors. When these words were spoken, Sure How on the side was shocked. He was actually one of the legendary 10 vicious lightning emperors? He was actually hiding in this place? Sure How himself had studied the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, so he couldn't help but develop a good impression of Zhou Tong. No, impossible, the Lightning Emperor is already dead. Back then, when my side's 3 great undying kings took action at the same time, the Lightning Emperor art had no chance of surviving. Scarlet King quickly rejected his previous judgment. The Lightning Emperor was definitely dead, there was no way he would appear here. After remaining silent for a moment, Scarlet King suddenly understood, saying, "Turns out it was like this, I know who you are now." The Lightning Emperor was born in Immortal Domain's Lightning Tribulation Sea, but it was rumored that there was someone who was born a bit later than the Lightning Emperor, who could be said to be the Lightning Emperor's younger brother. Later on, it was rumored that he followed that willow tree to learn techniques, and then he always remained low profile, never having any news spread about him, which was why he was gradually forgotten by the people of this world. I never expected you to actually be hiding in the great river of time this entire time, actually cultivating to this level. Scarlet King's eyes erupted with radiance. He already sensed that the Zhou Tong before him wasn't some immortal Tao imprint, but rather a living creature, one who lived precisely in the great river of time. Formidable, after staying in the great river of time for countless years, I never expected you to actually cultivate to this level, surpassing your older brother. Scarlet King's expression became more and more unkind. The one before him was a genuine Immortal King level Vicious 10, definitely not one of those half-immortal kings he killed in the 9 heavens 10 earth. When the Vicious 10 were half-immortal kings, they already had Immortal King strength. Meanwhile, once they cultivated to the Immortal King realm, they would at least be at the peak of the Immortal King realm, perhaps even stronger. This was an exceptional expert comparable to the past 9 heavens 10 earth's true dragon. I never expected your side to actually have an existence like you left behind. Chapter 1088. Since you recognized me, then you should know that if your main body doesn't come, you won't be able to do anything to me with just your avatar. You can't even make me get up. Also, don't forget where this is. I've been sitting here for millions of years, and this is my home ground. Zhou Tong was still sitting cross-legged on the praying mat in front of the stone table. His voice was calm and indifferent. "Leave." Zhou Tong sat cross-legged and looked at Scarlet King indifferently. He was the Thunder Emperor and controlled the heavenly tribulation. He naturally had a supreme majesty, and when he spoke like this, it was like an emperor telling his subjects to retreat. "Good, good, good. I've long heard that your clan is heaven-defying. I want to see what kind of abilities you have." Scarlet King was so angry that he laughed. The sun and moon around him sank and the stars burned as if the world was about to be destroyed. Boom! However, before Scarlet King could make a move, Zhou Tong moved. He looked calm, but when he really attacked, there was an indescribable domineering aura. It was as if he was a celestial emperor looking down on all living things and looking down on the past and present. He casually pointed forward. Although this attack wasn't that fierce, it had an indescribable domineering aura, as if all living things would be destroyed. With this point of his finger, the vast wave of lightning immediately rushed towards the upper reaches of the river of time like a flood breaking through a dam and a tsunami. Rumble! This kind of thunder was too terrifying. It was like the descent of heavenly punishment, causing one's soul to tremble. All kinds of colored lightning surged out at the same time, covering the sky and covering the earth. It crushed the stars in the sky and drowned out Scarlet King. "Break for me!" Scarlet King's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and roared angrily. He raised his hand and suppressed forward. His palm was as big as a mountain, and it faced the lightning head-on. At this moment, Scarlet King's avatar had already revealed one of his true forms. It was tall and majestic, and its entire body was covered in ice-cold armor. Its pair of green eyes shot out 2 divine sword-like rays of light. At the same time, there was a tail behind him that stretched for countless miles. His palm shattered space and time, and then collided with Zhou Tong's lightning. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the thunderous roars of beasts continued. Poof! However, Scarlet King's avatar suddenly trembled. Cracks appeared on the avatar and red blood seeped out. Break again! His attack did not succeed. He was unable to completely block Zhou Tong's thunder technique. Instantly, Scarlet King's palm shone once more. Streaks and streaks of great Tao rules soared into the sky at the same time, turning into a world-destroying light. However, this streak of radiance wasn't aimed at Zhou Tong, but rather at Shi Hao at the side. Without a doubt, at this moment, Scarlet King's Dharma body erupted with the most terrifying power. He also realized that it would be difficult for his Dharma body to defeat the Thunder Emperor's Immortal King True Body. Right now, the only way was to kill Shi Hao. Only then would this trip not be in vain. Not good! Shi Hao's mind was extremely tense. This was the attack of an immortal king, not holding back at all as it rushed at him. Just this type of aura alone made him feel as if he was going to collapse. Lightning Tribulation Heaven. Zhou Tong released a short shout. That ring of light immediately separated from his body. Strand after strand of lightning radiance erupted. The ring of light separated into 3,000 parts. Those were worlds filled with lightning. Every single sphere of light was a world of its own, within them were countless divine countries. There were countless things, all of them bowing down in worship towards him. Streak after streak of scripture sounds sounded from within. 3,000 worlds, endless gods and devils worshipped and prayed together. This type of scene was enough to shake endless time, making one tremble. Soon afterwards, these 3,000 worlds stopped Scarlet King's world-destroying light. Even though every single world was shaking, the world-destroying light couldn't break through the 3,000 worlds' obstruction. When he saw this, Shi Hao's worry also disappeared. He began to carefully observe Zhou Tong's Lightning Tribulation Heaven. It really does look like it. It looks like Willow Deity's 3,000 divine countries. Shi Hao looked towards Zhou Tong with a bit of shock. He suddenly recalled what Scarlet King had said before, that this person had previously learned from a willow tree. Could it be that he is also Willow Deity's disciple? Shi Hao couldn't help but think of this. However, soon afterwards, his eyes narrowed. He looked towards a god or devil in one of the worlds, a hint of shock appearing within his heart. No, that isn't an ordinary god or devil, but rather one he produced through lightning. Right, he is one of the vicious 10 lightning emperors. He merged Willow Deity's technique into his own Lightning Emperor technique, forming this type of Lightning Tribulation Heaven. Hong Long. Scarlet King was furious. He once again displayed an unmatched divine ability. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the great Tao shook. In that instant, over 1,000 different divine abilities were activated. They merged into one, directly blasting towards Zhou Tong's Lightning Tribulation Heaven. Hong Long. The 3,000 small worlds instantly condensed at Zhou Tong's side again, turning into 3,000 rings of light. Every single one was dignified and brilliant. Then, the boundless lightning once again turned into a sea, crossing the heavens and submerging the stars. It was boundless and without end. When Scarlet King's divine ability landed in the sea of lightning, it was like a drop of water falling into an ocean, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Then, even his body was submerged within the sea of lightning. Hong Long. Scarlet King's entire body glowed, erupting with boundless divine power. Divine chains of order streaked across the sky, crisscrossing. He was attacking with all his might, wanting to break free from Zhou Tong's attack. He was even counterattacking. For a moment, primal chaos surged, drowning this place. However, it was still useless. He was trapped in the sea of lightning, his entire body dripping with blood. Roar. The more blood I lose, the more miserable the enemy will be. Scarlet King roared. You're thinking too much. You should face reality. Don't hypnotize yourself. Weak is weak. Don't find excuses. Zhou Tong calmly sat cross-legged on the spot. With a turn of the spell in his hand, the lightning in the sky dissipated and completely condensed in his palm. Then, he pushed his palm horizontally, and brilliant immortal light rushed into the sky. Hong Long! In the next moment, Scarlet King was directly hit. His entire body flew horizontally, and the armor on his body completely collapsed. His body was torn into pieces, and he directly smashed back into the upper reaches of the long river of time. You! Scarlet King was furious. This was simply a humiliation. He was actually beaten through by a person who sat there motionless. I am imperishable! Then, he roared out crazily. His body that was torn to pieces shone with radiance, about to recombine into one. Hong Long! However, when he became one again, another streak of terrifying lightning and immortal light swept over his body. This time, immortal light passed through his body, completely destroying the symbols and great Tao laws in his body. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Scarlet King couldn't recombine this time. His entire body was blasted to pieces, flying towards the upper reaches of the long river of time again. He was defeated just like that? Sure Hao on the side was a bit shocked. The expression he looked at Zhou Tong with was even more bewildered. This person whose entire body was surrounded by radiance, even his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, yet his fighting strength was actually this terrifying? Was this the true Vicious Ten? His fighting strength was just too ferocious. Chapter 1089. Oho! Endless years ago, precisely immortal ancient great era's final years. Suddenly, a great roar erupted, shaking up the heavens above and earth below. Regardless of whether it was the other side or the 9 heavens 10 earths, they were all confused as to where this voice came from. At the same time, in an ancient palace in the other side, there was a stone statue-like figure seated there. However, suddenly, this stone statue's forehead split apart with a kacha sound, blood flowing out. Meanwhile, in the great river of time. Is he dead? While looking at Scarlet King who disappeared, Sure Hao continued to ask. How could he be dead? He didn't come here with his real body, it's just a Dharma body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have one so easily. Zhou Tong was still very self-aware. Scarlet King was an immortal king giant, moreover not weak even among giants. Back then, when the 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side fought a great battle, there was a giant who died under Scarlet King's hands, refined to death by Scarlet King Furnace. One had to understand that defeating and killing were two different concepts. This type of battle accomplishment could be said that Scarlet King could be considered an absolute expert even among immortal king giants. Rarely could there be anyone who could compare to him. Can the past, present, and future really be changed at will? Sure Hao had some doubts towards this question. Didn't you hear what I said before? They can only kill those who should have died to begin with. Those who shouldn't have died cannot be taken action in different eras. Even if they forcefully take action, they might still face the danger of dying, and they might not necessarily succeed. Zhou Tong said leisurely. The only ones who can kill you are those from the same time-space. He lost a magical body. If it was under normal circumstances, he would at most suffer a great loss of vitality, recover after 100 or 80 years. However, right now, he lost a magical body while touching on the future, so this type of injury is definitely not a small matter. He was injured endless years ago, but according to my calculations, even in this era, his injuries still haven't healed, so you don't have to worry about him continuing to take action against you. Turns out it was like this. Sure Hao finally relaxed a bit. If there really was someone who was mysteriously always thinking about him, even Sure Hao himself felt like he wouldn't be able to hold on, especially when he was still so weak. Kill! Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying sound wave suddenly came from the upper reaches of the river of time. This sound was like a surging river, and it was also like a setting star. The surging sound of killing was like a sea of stars pouring down. This type of fluctuation was just too terrifying. Even the long river of time was shaking, surging violently, difficult to imagine. Right now, regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or Shi Hao, they both saw that in an ancient temple in the upper reaches of the great river of time, there was a figure seated there. It was precisely the one Zhou Tong defeated before. This is his true body? Shi Hao was a bit shocked. Could it be that this person's killing intent towards him was actually this decisive? He was actually willing to risk his life to rush over and kill him? However, in the end, Scarlet King didn't move. He only used his cold and emotionless eyes to stare at them. His green eyes were extremely terrifying. They were as sharp as swords and could shake people's minds. His body glowed as he chanted scriptures. At this moment, he seemed to have become the center of the universe. Countless galaxies appeared at the same time, revolving around him endlessly. It's about to come. Zhou Tong understood inwardly. He roughly knew what the other party wanted to do. Scarlet King's true body didn't dare come again, because if he did, he would definitely die here. However, just because he didn't dare come didn't mean that he didn't have any other method. The other side had an origin ancient artifact. This thing was something left behind by a half-immortal emperor. Once it was activated through special methods, it could produce a demonic figure that was infinitely close to half-immortal emperor level. Hong Long. Right at this time, a type of horrifying feeling surged. Forget about Shi Hao, even Zhou Tong felt as if his soul was about to shatter. At the same time, black mist appeared, expanse after expanse. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky, surging crazily from the endless heavens. In that instant, the place Scarlet King was at was covered in darkness. One couldn't even see one's own fingers. At this moment, a giant demonic figure silently appeared. It towered between heaven and earth, as if it was going to support the entire universe. It was vast and boundless, just too massive. Hong Long. At this time, Zhou Tong couldn't calm down either. His eyes erupted with divine radiance, his entire body even more so having streaks of electrical arcs jumping about. His entire being seemed extremely serious, completely different from the carefree attitude he had when facing Scarlet King's magical body. In the upper reaches of the great river of time, the black mist there became thicker and thicker. Soon afterwards, a second demonic figure appeared. Moreover, at this time, the first demonic figure from before also moved, wishing to follow the great river of time, slaughter its way over. That type of aura and pressure was unimaginable, simply as if it was going to destroy the world. Half-immortal emperor-level power, perhaps I can get a glimpse or two. Zhou Tong didn't dare continue sitting in place this time, slowly standing up. Hong Long. It was as if a divine mountain made its way out from the ground. A wave of majestic aura surged from Zhou Tong's body, making even Shi Hao, who was on the side, feel an indescribable wave of alarm. The 3,000 worlds around him turned into rings of light, rising and falling around his body. One could see the scenes within the rings of light, gods and devils kowtowing, natives praying, 10,000 spirits offering sacrifices. There was a type of mysterious and transcendent aura. Zhou Tong's hands formed imprints. At the same time, the gods and devils in the 3,000 worlds also formed imprints with his movements. Then, he took action. The lightning in his palm was like a sword. He displayed his current most powerful attack, hacking over, smashing heavily into the first demonic figure that rushed over. Hong Long. In that instant, heaven and earth split apart. The great river of time's water seemed to have gone out of control, millions and millions of hectares of river water rippling with unimaginable waves. It was to the extent where one could vaguely make out all types of world-ending scenes on the river's waves. Finally, the entire great river of time became chaotic. Meanwhile, when everything calmed down, in the upper reaches of the great river of time, Scarlet King and that demonic figure completely disappeared. This place recovered its former peace and serenity. However, Zhou Tong coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body dyed red by his own blood. His entire body was covered in cracks, looking like his injuries were extremely serious. Are you all right? Sure Hao looked towards Zhou Tong with a bit of worry. I'm fine, I'll be fine after a bit of recuperation. When I took action this time, I completely disturbed the great river of time. In the future, you don't need to worry about the attacks from the great river of time even more. Zhou Tong said this one last time. Then, he closed his eyes, quietly recalling the feeling of clashing with that demonic figure. That demonic figure is worthy of being something produced by a half-immortal emperor's supreme treasure. The comprehension I gained from that instant of collision exceeded many years of my bitter cultivation. The demonic figure's power didn't exceed immortal kings, but it contained half-immortal emperor aura. He could vaguely sense a unique aura only half-immortal emperors possessed. That is precisely the aura of a half-immortal emperor. Being able to sense the power of a half-immortal emperor before returning makes this trip worth it. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. Chapter 1090. 600 votes plus more. Sure Hao stared blankly at the long river of time. He didn't know how Scarlet King's injuries were, nor did he know how long it would take for Zhou Tong's injuries to recover, let alone why Zhou Tong was staying here. However, his eyes quickly became resolute. He picked up the wine pot again, continuously pouring it into his mouth. Countless symbols jumped about in his mouth, to the extent where towards the end, the entire pot of wine's taste gradually became fainter because of those symbols. However, the opening of the pot still continuously flowed with wine. However, towards the end, there were already no more symbols, no scripture sounds sounding either. This pot of wine already didn't have much use for Sure Hao. Enough! At this time, Zhou Tong, who was treating his injuries, opened his eyes, saying, "This pot of wine was accumulated through endless time, not prepared for you alone. Moreover, after drinking so much, this wine is already useless to you." When Sure Hao heard this, he also lowered the wine pot. "Senior, right now, the 9 heavens 10 earths are already in great danger. It is best if your respected self leaves this place with me." Sure Hao looked towards Zhou Tong, his expression extremely sincere. He also understood the 9 heavens 10 earths' current situation. If he could bring this vicious 10 back, it would definitely greatly alleviate the 9 heavens 10 earths crisis. Zhou Tong shook his head. "Senior, is there something your respected self is unable to speak of? If there is a need, please feel free to instruct me." Sure Hao said. "Feel free to instruct me? Something not even I can do. What can the current you do?" Zhou Tong said with a smile. "I can't do it now, but that might not be the case in the future." Sure Hao was full of confidence. "Then we'll talk about it in the future," Zhou Tong said. After a pause, Zhou Tong said with a resolute expression, "Ever since I promised without end and 6 Tao reincarnations to guard this place, I no longer belong to this era. That is why even if I leave, it is still useless." Ever since he arrived in this era, Zhou Tong understood that the things he could do were extremely few, only some unimportant things could change a bit. It was because when he first came to this world, his own strength really was too weak, unable to display the reincarnation mirror's power at all. If I had reached the worldly immortal realm when I first came here, I might have been able to change things a little. But there are no ifs. I can't do anything right now, Zhou Tong thought to himself. His true fate coming to the immortal ancient era was the same as witnessing the glorious immortal ancient era. Therefore, even Scarlet King didn't think of Zhou Tong's existence at first because he was just a witness. He was too low-key, and even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there weren't many immortal kings who were related to him. That was why the 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal Emperor and the Without End Immortal Emperor had asked Zhou Tong to guard the river of time. Because in the 9 heavens 10 earths, there was no one more suitable than him. However, this was also related to his strength back then. Back then, during the battle in Immortal Ancient, he was still only a half-immortal king. This type of strength couldn't change anything at all. It was to the extent where not even immortal king giants could change anything in that battle, unless a half-immortal emperor appeared. Meanwhile, this lightning emperor's true fate only became an immortal king after Immortal Ancient ended. During these millions of years, he comprehended the great river of time, watched the passage of time, tasted the reincarnation wine brewed by 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal King. The opportunities here have all been given to you, there is nothing else I can give you. It is about time for you to leave this place. Zhou Tong looked at Shi Hao, saying this quietly. Walala! Following Zhou Tong's words, the great river of time immediately underwent changes as well. Streak after streak of heaven overflowing waves appeared, ultimately turning into a vortex filled with chaotic energy. Only now did Shi Hao discover that he was at the bottom of the great river of time. Hong Long! Then, a black hole appeared, swirling about, devouring Shi Hao. In the end, it brought him out of the great river of time, leaving this place through the vortex. He felt as if his body already turned into a rain of light and particles. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did he wake up, stepping on the path of return. The scriptures in the wine completely disappeared. Shi Hao felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. Now, he already couldn't sense any scripture's existence, as if all of the wine he drank before was for nothing. In the end, Shi Hao returned, appearing from a giant altar, walking down. At the same time, in the great river of time, Zhou Tong took a deep breath. The cracks all over his body were also slowly closing. However, these were injuries left behind by half-immortal emperor-level things after all, so the healing process was extremely slow. Heavenly Emperor Huang really is fierce. This pot of wine is only enough for one person. Zhou Tong picked up the wine pot, casually weighing it in his hand, inwardly speechless. However, this final cup of wine is going to belong to someone. Zhou Tong turned around, looking not far out. He saw a vortex appear in the great river of time, and then a person walked out from the vortex. It was precisely Zhou Tong's original body. Turns out you were here, no wonder there was no news at all. Zhou Tong's original body looked at the Lightning Emperor's true mandate, saying this. The reincarnation mirror can disturb history to a certain extent, but back then, my strength was still a bit weak, so I could only stand guard here. The Lightning Emperor's true mandate also spoke. At the same time, he brought out another jade cup, pouring out the last cup of wine from the wine pot, handing it to Zhou Tong's original body. This means that the 9-leaf sword grass and Kuan-pung should also be trapped in a certain place. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a bit. He accepted this cup of wine, opening his mouth and draining it in one gulp. Right at this moment, a great golden cauldron rushed into the sky, rushing into Zhou Tong's immortal platform. In a daze, he seemed to have seen an unmatched figure suppressing heaven and earth, chanting scriptures from his mouth. In the next moment, an immortal bell carrying a fragment of time leisurely shook. A feeling of time surged into his heart, allowing Zhou Tong to comprehend many mysteries of time in an instant. Soon after, the wine changed again. A divine sword died and blood rushed into the heavens. At this moment, it was as if 3,000 demonic gods were roaring. The battle song was loud and clear, and the battle intent soared into the heavens. For a moment, Zhou Tong's entire person was in a daze. He was completely intoxicated by this cup of wine. His entire person was in a daze, as if he had become a fool. This cup of wine was brewed by the sixth Tao reincarnation immortal king after spending countless years. It condensed endless immortal ancient methods, and all kinds of scriptures resounded in his body, enlightening even the apathetic. This feeling, Zhou Tong was shaken inwardly. The endless laws and great Tao were simply like a power impartation, crazily pouring into his heart, and rapidly filling himself, as well as all of his true mandates. Moreover, it collided with all kinds of cultivation systems. This wine was originally brewed for a completely new cultivation system. Its greatest use was to provide the new system with a unique understanding of immortal ancient methods and a path to verify. And this kind of wine was even more useful for someone like Zhou Tong, who cultivated many different cultivation systems. Buzz. At this moment, it was as if a bright lamp was ignited in his heart. Immortal ancient methods, chaotic ancient methods, heaven-shrouding methods, inner world methods, nascent soul methods, world of longevity methods, coiling dragon worlds paths of laws. Everything was colliding. Many things that he couldn't comprehend before were now comprehended by the collision of different systems. Chapter 1091. Zhou Tong stayed here for more than a month. During this month, he continuously comprehended the scriptures and great Tao mysteries in this cup of wine. He gained a new understanding of the immortal ancient technique, heaven-shrouding technique, and other cultivation systems. So this is the seed of the immortal ancient technique. So this is the seed of the heaven-shrouding technique. Next, I have more confidence in the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong's eyes became much more profound. After more than a month of comprehension, he gained a more fundamental understanding of cultivation systems. Chi. However, at this moment, wisps of dark matter seeped out from his body again. Zhou Tong immediately sat down and activated the Phoenix Nirvana Divine Flame and Immortal Light to purify the darkness. You've been contaminated by dark matter and can't be purified? The Lightning Emperor's true mandate immediately saw through Zhou Tong's current state. Don't worry. Although I can't completely remove it for now, the darkness can't completely contaminate me either. At most, I'll purify it once every 2 months. Just treat it as a test. If I continue, I'll get used to it sooner or later, Zhou Tong said as he expelled the darkness. After being contaminated by dark matter for so many years, Zhou Tong naturally had some confidence. As long as he continued to purify it, there would be a day when his body would develop resistance to it, making it so that the dark matter couldn't do anything to him. But now, the last cup of wine is gone. The mission given to me by the sixth Tao reincarnation Immortal King and without end Immortal King can be considered to have been successfully completed. Now is the time to return. Moreover, once my lightning tribulation heaven fuses with the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, it might be of some help in resisting the dark matter. As the Lightning Emperor's true mandate spoke, he turned into a streak of light and rushed into Zhou Tong's body. Crackle, crackle. As soon as the Lightning Emperor's true mandate returned, fine arcs of electricity jumped about in his body. They even seeped through his entire body and jumped out from his skin. Every pore on his body continuously released arcs of electricity of different colors. Immediately afterward, wisps of black smoke emerged from his body along with arcs of electricity. Then, they quickly disappeared into the air. The Lightning Emperor method combined with immortal ancient Great Era's research into darkness matter, unexpectedly also able to create this type of method to restrain darkness matter. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. He could feel that this time, the cleaning of the dark matter was even more thorough. Furthermore, the dark matter that used to need to be cleaned every 2 months now only needed to be cleaned every half a year. The return of the Thunder Emperor's true fate has benefited me greatly. Zhou Tong closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in this dilapidated metal palace. He carefully sensed some of the comprehensions of the Thunder Emperor's true fate and his experiences over the past few years. Divine Tao System? Willow Deity's cultivation system? Zhou Tong was astonished. He didn't expect that the Thunder Emperor's true mandate would actually cultivate this kind of divine Tao cultivation system. Continuing to comprehend, Zhou Tong gradually understood what the so-called Divine Path cultivation system was. That was actually the Guardian Spirit's cultivation method, a special cultivation system that relied more on the Tao of faith and sacrifice. When cultivated to the extreme, it could produce a divine country. Turns out the establishment of the chaotic ancient method was born out of immortal ancient method and divine Tao method. That path of 10 heavenly passages also referred to the divine Tao method's divine country. Zhou Tong understood inwardly. This was an extremely special cultivation path that had always been passed down since the ancient times. The so-called sects, temples, and other methods were actually all developed from the divine Tao method system. For existences below immortal king realm, when they established sects or consecrated their own statues in temples, what they obtained was merely the power of faith. However, for immortal kings, the significance of this power of faith was completely different. This power of faith could make the immortal king's primordial spirit undying, impervious to all tribulations. In reality, Zhou Tong himself also had some insight. Back then, when he had verified his Tao, he had quelled the dark chaos and swept through the forbidden areas. Then, when he became an immortal king, he had made the origin of the entire universe undergo an upgrade, causing a golden era that lasted for tens of thousands of years to appear in the world. In the end, he had even returned the universe after becoming a big shot. After all these actions, what naturally brought about was an endless amount of power of faith. And this power of faith naturally also made Zhou Tong's primordial spirit more and more powerful, impervious to all tribulations. Using the power of faith to support the primordial spirit is only the most basic usage of the divine Tao method system. The higher level is to use the power of faith to construct a divine country, accepting all living beings. This forms a virtuous cycle. Zhou Tong understood inwardly. If it was only the power of faith from the outside world, then once the faith collapsed, the power of faith would very likely backfire. It was just like the Amitabha great emperor of the 9 heavens 10 earths. He had failed to break through the path to immortality, and in the end, the power of faith backfired. Even his emperor weapon, the demon-subduing pestle, had changed from a Buddhist treasure to a demonic weapon. However, if one constructed a divine country, used the divine country to accommodate all living beings, and then used the power of faith of all living beings to support oneself, this was equivalent to forming a terrifying internal cycle. With the passage of time, one could gradually become stronger and become eternal. So the Willow Deity walks on this kind of system. However, this kind of cultivation system is ultimately still a little lacking. Even if one constructs a divine country, the original foundation of faith is still in the outside world. Even when the Willow Deity herself suffered a calamity, there were people who attacked her divine country in the outside world. Zhou Tong compared this kind of cultivation system in his mind. Actually, Zhou Tong's Lightning Emperor True Fate also had many bases of power of faith from the outside world. However, his situation was a little special. He couldn't interfere with the normal course of history, so those bases of his were all opened up by himself. He directly opened up small worlds from the chaos, and then let the living beings of the various races in the outside world who were congenitally deficient enter to form a divine country. Because he found those living beings who were congenitally deficient and would basically be eliminated, after giving them grace, their faith and power of faith became even more abundant and pure. After these living beings' physical bodies died, their souls would enter the divine country, and they would be able to use the power of thunder to reconstruct their bodies and become thunder gods and devils. This divine Tao system should be an extremely ancient cultivation system. Its origin could even be traced back to the era of the corpse immortal emperor. The more Zhou Tong comprehended this system, the more he understood that the heavenly court could be said to be completely prepared for this method. The heavenly court was definitely the highest achievement of the divine Tao system. According to this deduction, successfully establishing the heavenly court is the same as obtaining the blessing of the divine Tao system? Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. If it really was such an ancient cultivation system, perhaps this kind of blessing would exceed Zhou Tong's imagination. The heavenly court is really filled with endless mysteries in this world. It's hard to imagine. Zhou Tong sighed in the end, then turned to look at his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. Chapter 1092. Previously, when Zhou Tong was comprehending the divine path technique, the thunder tribulation heaven of the Thunder Emperor's true fate had already successfully merged into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. Gotcha! As the thunder tribulation heaven merged into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, the small cracks and mid-sized cracks on the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring quickly healed. Many of the spatial storms were quickly suppressed, and the entire space became much more stable. Now, the small cracks on the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring were almost completely healed. The mid-sized cracks were also mostly healed. The 10 heavenly paradise divine ring that was about to shatter stabilized. The situation inside the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring has more or less stabilized. According to the current rate of collapse, it will completely collapse in 500,000 years. And these 500,000 years are enough for me to digest the 3 layers of the universe brought by the heavenly horned ant's true fate and turn the entire world around. Zhou Tong looked inside the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. At this moment, he could see streaks of lightning surging inside the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. Countless runes and great Tao imprints of the lightning Tao quickly poured into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, quickly replenishing the entire world. Even the world tree was vaguely surrounded by strands of lightning. An unusual change occurred inside the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. The great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly became lofty, and it was as if there were some shackles on the heads of all the creatures in the world. These shackles were the heavenly tribulation. The 10 heavenly paradise divine ring originally also had a heavenly tribulation, but the strength of this heavenly tribulation was completely controlled by Zhou Tong. But now, as the thunder tribulation heaven merged into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, the entire world's heavenly tribulation Tao was quickly perfected, and a complete heavenly tribulation system was formed, from the lowest level heavenly tribulation to the highest level immortal tribulation. This was a comprehensive integration that made up for the flaws of the entire world. The most important one was the immortal tribulation. This was because the immortal tribulation determined the height of the world. Moreover, the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring had merged too many small worlds, and the heavenly tribulation laws were originally very chaotic. For example, the sun god world's lightning tribulation standards and the world of immortals' lightning tribulation standards were different. Before, it was only the merging of the worlds, but now, as the thunder tribulation heaven merged, the chaotic laws were unified, and the heavenly tribulation of the entire world became more harmonious. The will of the firmament is much stronger than the will of the firmament that I've grasped. Now that I think about it, this type of feeling should be what the Lightning Emperor felt back then. No wonder the other side felt restraining fear towards him back then, to the extent where they didn't hesitate to have 3 undying kings attack at the same time to kill him. Zhou Tong reached out a palm, a strand of tribulation energy curling about his fingertips. The Thunder Monarch grasped the power of thunder. Once he cultivated to a sufficient height, he would be able to enforce the laws on behalf of the heavens, reflecting the will of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that the foreign immortal kings didn't dare allow him to grow up, having to eliminate him ahead of time. This strand of tribulation chi is the most authentic thing in the world. It's not impossible for it to enforce the law on behalf of the heavens. However, this is the river of time. I can't use this thing casually. If it causes a huge change, it'll be troublesome. Zhou Tong casually dispersed the strand of tribulation aura. Speaking of which, my Thunder Emperor's true fate has integrated the Tao of thunder and lightning laws of other worlds, as well as the standards of heavenly tribulations. I might be able to take it a step further and reach the level of an immortal king, not losing out to the true dragon's true fate. Then, he gave this large expanse of metal palaces one last look. He leapt out, quickly leaving this place, continuing to head towards the upper reaches of the great river of time. He stood proudly above the great river of time, one step a great era, calmly treading on the great river of time's waves, going against the flow, heading towards an even more ancient era step by step. Along the way, countless scenes appeared before his eyes, familiar, unfamiliar. Everything in history was buried in this great river of time. If someone completely grasped the great river of time, then it would be the same as grasping everything in this world. What is that? Suddenly, Zhou Tong, who was walking on the great river of time, swept his eyes out, revealing a hint of shock. In the great river of time, according to normal reasoning, there shouldn't be anything that existed. Even if there were people like himself who entered the great river of time, even if this type of person left behind something in the great river of time, in the end, these things should still be pushed aside by the great river of time, ultimately returning to the outside world. Zhou Tong was shocked, immediately hurrying in that direction. When he got closer, he immediately saw what it was. This was a drop of blood. It was bright red like a ruby, crystal clear, and divine light soared into the sky. Just by getting closer, Zhou Tong felt a mysterious and unfathomable pressure. This drop of blood was resplendent and dazzling to the extreme. Moreover, the aura on this drop of blood wasn't killing intent, but it contained an incomparably terrifying pressure. Even Zhou Tong felt his entire body tremble as he continued to move forward, almost kneeling down. Zhou Tong's heart palpitated, and he was incomparably shocked. This drop of blood, even he could feel such a terrifying pressure? One had to know that he was now an immortal king. Emperor's blood, it's definitely Emperor's blood. Zhou Tong instantly understood. To be able to give him such a feeling, it was at least a quasi-immortal Emperor's blood, or even an immortal Emperor's blood. I wonder whose Emperor's blood it is? Zhou Tong opened his heavenly eye, wanting to see clearly the profoundness contained in this drop of blood. But at this moment, laws and endless runes suddenly appeared from the Emperor's blood. This feeling was as if this drop of Emperor's blood didn't have any defenses against him at all. All the great Tao runes were open for him to see. There's actually such a good thing? Zhou Tong was surprised. He couldn't wait to look at the runes inside this drop of Emperor's blood. Vaguely, an immortal scripture was transmitted from this drop of Emperor's blood. It was a very subtle fluctuation. Only Zhou Tong could barely detect it when he tried his best. Incarnation, 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 incarnation. The Emperor's blood transmitted a scripture. Incarnation technique? This is Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood? Zhou Tong instantly understood. This was definitely a drop of Emperor's blood left behind in the river of time after Heavenly Emperor Huang was shattered by Corpse Immortal Emperor. In that battle, Heavenly Emperor Huang suffered a sword strike. His blood spilled all over the river of time. From the era of Emperor collapse to the era of Corpse Immortal Emperor's death, the entire river of time was filled with Emperor's blood. So it's Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood. Zhou Tong calmed down and carefully observed the profoundness contained in the Emperor's blood. The scriptures in the Emperor's blood flowed past Zhou Tong's eyes like flowing water. But no matter how the scriptures flowed, no matter how clear each sentence and paragraph was, they were forgotten in an instant. The scriptures completely disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard Zhou Tong tried to recall, he couldn't remember a single sentence of the scriptures. This feeling was like amnesia. I finally understand Heavenly Emperor Huang's state of mind after drinking the reincarnation wine. The profoundness of the great Tao only flowed through his mind without leaving any traces. Zhou Tong sighed with some regret. However, even though it was regretful, Zhou Tong still continuously comprehended the incarnation technique, this exceptional emperor's method, even though he would immediately forget it after comprehending it. At the same time, he also understood why this drop of emperor's blood displayed all of the great Tao's profoundness to him. It was because not long ago, before Shi Hao left the river of time, he said that he wanted to help him. Now, this was precisely Shi Hao's method of helping him. Zhou Tong immersed himself in the great Tao scriptures, his entire body shining on its own. His 5 great secret realms all began to move rhythmically, the immortal light within his body becoming more lively than ever before. It wanted to extend outwards, rush towards that other realm it had never reached before. The 6th secret realm. Chapter 1093. The 6th secret realm is stirring. As Zhou Tong studied the drop of Celestial Emperor Huang's Celestial Emperor's blood, he felt the divine force and Yuan Shen in his body stirring as if they were about to rush out of his body and form a new secret realm. At the same time, the true fates in his 10 heavenly rings also sensed it and opened their eyes. They also felt their bodies trembling as if their lives were about to return to their bodies. It's a pity that the 6th secret realm is not complete yet. I can't break through yet. Zhou Tong suppressed his desire to break through and continued to observe the various grand Tao laws contained in the drop of blood. 1. As Zhou Tong continued to comprehend, the myriad Tao in the heavens suddenly spread out from the drop of blood and drowned Zhou Tong. There were also mysterious scriptures that shook his mind. These scriptures were like a clear spring, like ripples and waves, intertwining in his heart and everywhere. This sound was deafening and awakening. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have fallen into an extremely rare state of Tao enlightenment. He was drowned by the heaven's laws and covered by Heavenly Emperor Huang's Tao and laws. He wandered freely in the sea of grand Tao and his heart was filled with boundless enlightenment. An immortal emperor completely opened up his Tao and laws. What kind of opportunity was this? In the heavens, there was almost no second person who could obtain such an opportunity. This was equivalent to Heavenly Emperor Huang imparting his Tao without holding back. At this moment, Zhou Tong felt like a tree that was being nourished by rain and dew and illuminated by sunlight. It began to awaken, break out of its shell, and grow vigorously. It was not only the heavens' laws, but also Heavenly Emperor Huang's state of mind when he created the 6th secret realm. There was also the enlightenment he had when he merged the 6th secret realm into himself and the miraculous enlightenment he had when he was a quasi-immortal emperor. All of this was open to Zhou Tong and gave him boundless inspiration. This was what Zhou Tong needed the most right now. It was the replenishment of his soul, the transcendence of his Tao, and the sublimation of his self. The path of Tao was a path of evolution. It could raise the level and nature of one's life, and allow one to jump out of the shackles and become immortal. Everyone was different, so their path of evolution was naturally different as well. Even so, the path of cultivation that the ancestors had comprehended was still an extremely important reference. The 6th secret realm that belongs to me is the 10 heavens divine ring, which is my 10 ferocious true fate. However, the most important problem is how to completely connect these things together. There are some subtle areas that need to be adjusted and comprehended. When Zhou Tong was comprehending the Tao, he naturally couldn't copy Heavenly Monarch Huang's Tao path completely. He was using Heavenly Monarch Huang's Tao path to verify his own Tao path and to attain the 6th secret realm that belonged solely to him. His mind was constantly stirred, and his mind was constantly flickering with inspiration. Many of the problems he had encountered before were greatly resolved after watching Heavenly Emperor Huang's path of transformation. The entire process was similar to the time when Huang Tian Emperor studied the traces of the corpse Immortal Emperor's Grand Tao. The path of a predecessor had a profound effect on the future generations. Although the droplet of Emperor's blood did not give off any abnormal signs, from Zhou Tong's point of view, it seemed to be the gathering of the laws of the world, the foundation of the laws of the world. Rumble. The heavenly melody of the great Tao was transmitted from the Emperor's blood to Zhou Tong's heart, shocking him. The boundless divine chains of order were like numerous rivers of stars that descended from the heavens, and such a magnificent scene was unforgettable for the rest of one's life. Zhou Tong's body glowed, and the aura of the great Tao skyrocketed. All the doors in his body opened, and his Tao and laws had been deduced to the extreme. In the end, he was like a majestic plant, constantly absorbing nutrients from the outside world to grow. From afar, he was incomparably mysterious. This was a plant formed by the laws of the great Tao, and within this plant, a vague figure appeared, comprehending the great Tao and deducing his own Tao path. During this process, even the dark matter in his body was suppressed. Not only did the dark matter not corrode his body further, but it was even slowly fading away. It seemed that it would be completely eliminated from Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong sat here for 100 years. During this time, his aura became more simple and profound, and his entire person seemed to have undergone an unimaginable transformation. Buzz! Finally, the fluctuations emitted by this drop of Emperor's blood completely disappeared, and it returned to its original state, turning into the sparkling blood bead on the side of a ruby. A surging Immortal Emperors might spread out, preventing Zhou Tong from getting close. At this moment, Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. He stared at this drop of Emperor's blood, and his heart stirred. He understood many things. It's right to stop now. After all, that's your Tao, your sixth secret realm, not mine. The good fortune that I've displayed in these 100 years is enough. Next, it's my own Tao path. Zhou Tong took one last look at this drop of Emperor's blood, then turned around and left. Swoosh! Just after Zhou Tong left, this drop of Emperor's blood seemed to have a spirit. It drifted along the waves of the river of time, and finally rushed out of the river of time, landing in the void of the outside world. At the same time, Zhou Tong had already followed the river of time and was ready to leave. Cultivating in the river of time for 100 years is just an instant in the outside world. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity this time. Zhou Tong sighed. Heavenly Emperor Huang had opened up his Tao for him to see. This was simply unimaginable. The embryonic form of the sixth secret realm is almost complete, but the most important thing is that the dark matter in my body has almost been eliminated. Heavenly Emperor Huang is indeed the nemesis of dark matter. I've been listening to his Tao for 100 years, and I've actually achieved such terrifying results. Zhou Tong looked into his body. Although the dark matter in his body hadn't been completely eliminated and was still multiplying, it was much cleaner. Based on the current situation, he wouldn't have to worry about the dark matter affecting his body for at least 10,000 years. However, what's going on with this dark matter? Even Heavenly Emperor Huang's Emperor's blood Tao couldn't be completely eliminated. Isn't this too strange? Back then, when Heavenly Emperor Huang fought, the dark matter wasn't even this strange. Zhou Tong frowned. The dark matter in his body was a little too strange. To say that it was strong, it wasn't that strong. At most, it was an immortal king-level dark matter, not a quasi-immortal emperor-level dark matter. This was because if it was a quasi-immortal emperor-level dark matter, Zhou Tong wouldn't be able to resist and purify it. However, to say that it was weak, it wasn't weak. This was because no matter how he cleaned it, the dark matter would always appear bit by bit. It looked like it had a life of its own and could multiply and reproduce on its own. It was too strange. Chapter 1094. The Long River of Time. Millions of hectares of river water emitted a brilliant light as the epic and tragic stories of history continued to reappear. Zhou Tong walked on the waves alone and went down the long river of time. Then, at a certain point, he broke through the barrier and returned to the present world. At this moment, he was still in the chaos from before. 100 years in the long river of time was only a moment in the real world. The long river of time is indeed the long river of time. It's the best place to cultivate. At this moment, Zhou Tong also expressed his understanding of Heavenly Emperor Huang's rapid rise to the immortal emperor level. If a quasi-immortal emperor could create his own immortal emperor technique, he could be considered an immortal emperor. However, at this time, the immortal emperor level was not very stable. Sometimes he would stand at the immortal emperor level, and sometimes he would fall. Heaven Emperor Huang was at this level when he was defeated by Corpse Immortal Emperor. Zhou Tong was very sure that the Corpse Immortal Emperor was contaminated by the black blood in high heaven at this level. This was because the Emperor's state was unstable at this time. However, when did Corpse Immortal Emperor completely perfect his Immortal Emperor technique and stand at the Immortal Emperor level? The answer was the endless years he sealed himself. Corpse Immortal Emperor spent an unknown amount of time perfecting his Immortal Emperor technique, but Heaven Emperor Huang skipped this step because of the special nature of the long river of time. From this, one could see how powerful the cultivation environment of a place like the long river of time was. However, not everyone could go to the long river of time. To be able to enter the long river of time, one needed to be at least an immortal king. As for staying in the long river of time to cultivate, it would probably require some very special methods, such as the palace set up by Without End Immortal King and 6 Tao Reincarnation Immortal King in the Long River of Time, or Heaven Emperor Huang's Immortal Emperor technique. Let's not think about this anymore. I have some confidence in the 6th secret realm. It's time to put it into practice. With a thought, Zhou Tong's true fate appeared. Gu Zhi's true fate cultivated the Grand Mist Master Universe's cultivation system. Moreover, he had cultivated to the heavenly god realm, which was equivalent to a true immortal. However, his cultivation system had already short-circuited at this point, and there was no way forward. Speaking of which, based on the Grand Tao laws given by Huang Tiandi and the scripture of his 6th secret realm, I've managed to deduce a way to reach the Celestial King level using this system. Zhou Tong carefully looked at his clam true fate. With a thought, he immediately transferred the promotion method into the clam true fate. Buzz! Very quickly, the aura of the true fate of Mole Mantis grew stronger as his cultivation increased. Countless runes imprinted themselves on his body. They were too resplendent as they pierced through him. At the same time, immortal light rushed into the heavens from between his brows. The radiance passed through his skull, illuminating a large expanse of primal chaos. It was like the first streak of divine light that separated heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling. One could see that between the brows of the true fate of Mole Mantis, his nascent soul was holding a jade-green bloodshed golden pill in its hands. It was sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. However, in the next moment, the bloodshed golden pill began to vibrate. The entire golden pill surged with jade-green light. Almost all of the power within the golden pill was stimulated, and then all of it condensed into the nascent soul. Ever since the true fate of Mole Mantis cultivated to the true immortal realm, Zhou Tong had been thinking about how to proceed on this system's immortal king path. This was because he instinctively felt that there should be a way out for this system, and it shouldn't be stuck in the true immortal realm. Before, because his accumulation wasn't deep enough, Zhou Tong had been unable to successfully create this system's immortal king path. But now, after seeing Huang Tiandi's Tao and laws, Zhou Tong had benefited greatly. He had even deduced this system's immortal king path from it. Boom! At this moment, the true fate of Mole Mantis was too dazzling. The bloodshed golden pill completely vaporized, and all of its essence merged into the nascent soul. The light between his brows was like a sun, shining through the sea of chaos. The chaos surged, and terrifying fluctuations constantly fluctuated, but the true fate of Mole Mantis didn't care at all. It just sat quietly in the same place, as if instinctively following Zhou Tong's guidance to open up this cultivation system's immortal king path. Crack! Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded. The true fate of Mole Mantis's body glowed. The gate of potential in his body was completely opened. Mysterious essence rose from the gate of potential, and together with the bloodshed golden pill, they merged into the nascent soul. In an instant, the light was unprecedentedly bright. The vast soul power seemed to be burning, illuminating the chaos. The immortal king path is now connected. The true fate of Mole Mantis suddenly roared. He used everything to forcefully continue to break the path, taking an unprecedented step, and opening up a new world for himself and this cultivation system. Boom! The sound of Tao between heaven and earth rumbled, as if a new era had begun. In the true fate of Mole Mantis's forehead, there was a ball of light that wrapped around a small person. He sat there, invulnerable to all spells and invincible. He seemed to be surrounded by flames, but if one looked closely, they were not ordinary flames, but the fire of the primordial spirit, the fire of the great Tao. This was the continuation of the Golden Pill's Immortal King cultivation system. It allowed the originally separated bloodshed golden pill and nascent soul to merge, resulting in a new transformation. This was the intertwining of the heavenly god's power and the soul, the convergence of the body's potential. This thing was a bit similar to the sixth secret realm of the Huang Celestial Emperor, God watching you. In fact, it was because he saw the sixth secret realm of the Huang Celestial Emperor that Zhou Tong was able to connect the broken path and take this unprecedented step. However, Zhou Tong also understood that this step was completely different from the third secret realm of the Huang Celestial Emperor. This was because the heavenly god's power and the heaven-shrouding mantra's power were completely different in nature. The heaven-shrouding mantra also did not have the nascent soul step. Naturally, the result of the fusion was also completely different. He was only inspired by the third secret realm of the Huang Celestial Emperor, but he did not copy it completely. Boom! Finally, the chaos erupted. Endless light and great Tao runes crushed down on the true fate of Mole Mantis. These runes were the rules of the heavens and the order of heaven and earth. At this moment, they appeared together to judge the true fate of Mole Mantis. The immortal King Tribulation had arrived. The true fate of Mole Mantis was bathed in the immortal King Tribulation. The endless light of the great Tao pierced the true fate of Mole Mantis's head. However, the small person in the true fate of Mole Mantis's forehead did not move. He sat quietly in the sea of consciousness. When the endless great Tao runes approached, they were immediately burned by the primordial spirit fire and turned into nourishment for the true fate of Mole Mantis, causing his aura to become even more terrifying and powerful. The immortal King Tribulation bombarded for a few days before it slowly stopped. The true fate of Mole Mantis officially connected the broken path and successfully ascended to the immortal King realm. Chapter 1095. I've finally connected the broken path and successfully advanced to the immortal King realm. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. This is the first time I've relied on my own comprehension to connect a new system. Obviously, Zhou Tong was quite proud of himself for advancing to the immortal King realm. His other systems were either directly copied from other worlds or researched by a group of people. However, this mole cricket's true fate was connected by him alone. In the process of connecting the broken path, Zhou Tong might have consulted Heavenly Emperor Huang's method, but Heavenly Emperor Huang's method only gave Zhou Tong a hint. The real core was completed by Zhou Tong himself. It's time to return to the 10 Heavenly Ring. With a thought, Zhou Tong's true fate returned to his 10 Heavenly Ring. After advancing to the Immortal King realm, the mole cricket's true fate's comprehension of time and space was completely different from before. Even the mole cricket's innate sensitivity to time and space was completely different. At this moment, as soon as the mole cricket's true fate entered the 10 Heavenly Ring, it instantly grasped the fluctuations of time and space within the 10 Heavenly Ring. Moreover, it immediately grasped the entire world in its hand. Oh, this feeling, it seems like it really has the methods of the God Kings and Empyreans in the primordial space. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt that his mole cricket's true fate seemed to have completely connected with his 10 Heavenly Ring. He could easily mobilize the various origin divine powers within the 10 Heavenly Ring. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Although the mole cricket's true fate had the cultivation of a true immortal, it had never had the feeling of controlling space like this. Even with the 10 Heavenly Ring, it was impossible. But now, although there was no such feeling in the outside world, the 10 Heavenly Ring already had this feeling. Could it be that this cultivation system is really helpful for the cultivation of the Tao of time and Tao of space? Zhou Tong was extremely surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally found the most suitable true fate for this cultivation system? Speaking of which, if the life forms of the Grandmass Space's main universe were like me, then wouldn't it be easier for them to reach the God King or Empyrean realm? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think. However, there was no chance to test this idea, at least not for the time being. Forget it, I don't have time to think about these things anymore. It's time to study the 6th secret realm. The way to completely solve the problem of darkness corrosion must be in the 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong quickly discarded all the guesses in his mind. He sat down in the chaos and started to study the 6th secret realm wholeheartedly. He didn't return to Jiutian Shidi. To be precise, he didn't plan to return to Jiutian Shidi before he dealt with the dark corrosion. He didn't want to bring dark matter back to his hometown. I'm not far from opening the 6th secret realm, all I need to do is to perfect the details. Zhou Tong pondered. According to Zhou Tong's previous calculations, his 6th secret realm was the true fate that he cultivated. Every true fate was a hidden fate formed by cultivating the divine sovereign scripture. After bathing in the light of reincarnation from the reincarnation mirror, they were fused into the divine embryos of the 10 vicious beasts in the grotto heaven. Finally, the hidden fate was turned into true fate. Strictly speaking, every true fate was equivalent to one of Zhou Tong's lives. There was nothing more suitable for his 6th secret realm than these true fates. Choosing the true fate of the 10 vicious beasts as the 6th secret realm was something that came naturally. The only thing that was lacking was the way to continue the path. However, after Heavenly Emperor Huang had unreservedly displayed his Tao path in front of him, Zhou Tong roughly understood how to open his own 6th secret realm. Of course, even without Heavenly Monarch Huang's path of cultivation, Zhou Tong could still learn the secrets of the 6th secret realm. He just needed to spend a little more time because he already knew what his 6th secret realm was a long time ago. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During these thousands of years, Zhou Tong kept on learning his 6th secret realm. During this period, he solved one problem after another and the calculations of the 6th secret realm proceeded in an orderly manner. During this period, the dark matter had also retaliated, but everything was suppressed by Zhou Tong. With the improvement of his cultivation, the improvement of his attainments, and even his adaptation to the dark matter, the remaining dark matter's influence on him was now very weak. Almost every time he removed a part of the dark matter, the next attack would be delayed by a few years. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Just as Zhou Tong expected, his body was slowly adapting to the dark matter, and the dark matter was gradually becoming less and less effective on him. However, to Zhou Tong's surprise, no matter how he removed and purified the dark matter, he couldn't get rid of it completely. Even if he managed to remove it completely, it would not take long for it to pop up again. Another 10,000 years passed. At this time, Zhou Tong, who was fully focused on the sixth secret realm, finally opened his eyes. "Today is the day to open the sixth secret realm," Zhou Tong shouted. Instantly, the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, Four Extremities, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation all lit up at the same time. One could vaguely see a dazzling immortal chi emanating from the center of the Sea of Reincarnation. Then, it filled the entire Sea of Reincarnation in the blink of an eye. Then, the immortal chi rushed out of the Sea of Reincarnation and began to move towards the Tao Palace's secret realm. Just like when he first started cultivating, the immortal chi passed through the Tao Palace of the spleen, the Tao Palace of the lungs, the Tao Palace of the kidney, the Tao Palace of the liver, and the Tao Palace of the heart. Then, the immortal chi dispersed and spread to his four limbs. This was where the Four Extremities secret realm was located. In the end, the scattered immortal chi gathered together again, following his spine and ascending the heavens, entering his immortal foundation. At this moment, the power of his primordial spirit was incomparably dazzling. It burned there like the sun. Buzz! At the same time, his 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring appeared. Countless cracks covered the divine ring. At this time, the immortal chi of the 5 secret realms spread towards the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring at the same time. The entire 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring was vast and boundless. It spread out like the waves of the sea, and the heavenly music of the great Tao was endless. Finally, all the light gathered on one of Zhou Tong's true fates, the true fate of the mole cricket. As the immortal chi entered his body, the true fate of the mole cricket was almost completely ignited. The light he emitted seemed to illuminate the past, present, and future. It was impenetrable. At this moment, the true fate of the mole cricket gave off the feeling that it had completely disappeared in the annals of history. The true fate of the mole cricket had completely transformed into Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm. All the karma and history that he had as a life naturally disappeared and was replaced by Zhou Tong. All the karma and history gathered on him. Chapter 1096. The 6th Secret Realm, all karma and history will return to the original self. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and quietly sensed the mysteries of the 6th Secret Realm. The true fate of Mole Mantis was originally a life. It had its own origin, history and karma. However, after the return of its true name and the evolution of the 6th Secret Realm that belonged solely to Zhou Tong, its origin, history and karma all disappeared and returned to Zhou Tong. At the same time, Zhou Tong could feel that when the true fate of Mole Mantis transformed into his 6th secret realm, an unimaginable amount of life force flowed into his body from the true fate of Mole Mantis, causing his entire body to undergo a terrifying transformation. It was a fundamental transformation, just like the feeling of living a new life before becoming an immortal in the mortal world. All the power, Tao, and potential of a ferocious immortal king have become a part of me. Even the essence of my life has undergone such a terrifying growth. Zhou Tong recalled his transformation and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Opening the 6th secret realm was a complete transformation. His Yuan Shun, body, life force, divine power, and even his Tao had undergone a terrifying transformation. Boom! Zhou Tong clenched his fist and slightly channeled his arcane energy. Immediately, the divine power in his body boiled like a raging river. His blood essence was extremely vigorous, surging violently and overflowing with brilliance. Chi. Then, strands of black mist seeped out from his body. The stubborn dark matter in his body was naturally purified by him. As the dark matter was purified bit by bit, his body, arcane energy, and Yuan Shen seemed to have lost a layer of shackles and continued to improve. This is... Zhou Tong's pupils contracted. While purifying the dark matter, Zhou Tong naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Instead, he focused on sensing the source of the dark matter and trying to figure out what it was. However, when he truly investigated and traced the source of the dark matter, he was immediately shocked. This was because the dark matter did not come from him at all. It did not even multiply from his body. Instead, it was connected to his body through a very mysterious channel. This passage? What is this thing? Zhou Tong was shocked. At the same time, he was glad. Fortunately, he did not return to the shrouding heavens world. Otherwise, wouldn't the coordinates of his hometown be exposed to the darkness? So, the dark matter didn't multiply in my body at all. Instead, it came through this tunnel? No wonder no matter how I cleansed and purified it, I couldn't get rid of the dark matter completely. It turns out that they have reinforcements behind them. Zhou Tong was shocked. He had actually been plotted against unknowingly and had been planted with such a method. Could it be that the immortal king with the cauldron secretly planted this when he poured the dark matter into my body when I was facing that group of immortal kings? Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the situation he faced last time, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. I wonder where this passage leads to? Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to sense the other side of the passage. This was a passage that almost didn't exist in reality, and it gave Zhou Tong an illusory feeling. However, when he looked carefully at the other side of the passage, he could see some sparkling and translucent material flowing with 9 colors of light. It was sacred and dazzling. When it appeared on the other side, his eyelids twitched wildly. This is dark matter, the dark matter of the origin. Zhou Tong was shocked. The sacred light was like a rain of light, sprinkling over the entire illusory passage. However, it was this sacred rain of light that put Zhou Tong under great pressure. These things were too terrifying. They wanted to corrode him and make him fall into darkness. Dark matter is the most sacred thing to those dark creatures. Even in the eyes of people like us who have not fallen into darkness, it is brilliant. However, in reality, it is the most dense and dangerous dark matter. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. The sacred dark matter was even more powerful than the pure dark matter he had seen before. When darkness reached the extreme, it would become this kind of incomparably sacred thing, but in reality, it was even more dangerous and terrifying. This level of dark matter is even more terrifying than the dark matter of celestial kings. It is at least the dark matter of celestial emperors. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing behind this passage. No wonder the darkness is endless. Zhou Tong's perception continued to advance along this illusory passage. What he saw ahead was more and more terrifying, and more naked. At the same time, the aura there also gave Zhou Tong a strange feeling. He felt as if he had transcended time and space, and entered an unimaginable place. This feeling didn't feel like a real world, but more like an illusion. In fact, Zhou Tong guessed that even the high heavens might not have such a strange appearance. Transcending the heavens, and not even belonging to the high heavens. What kind of place is this? What is behind this passage? Zhou Tong became more and more curious. The more he advanced, the stranger it became. All the laws were destroyed, and no matter what level of power it was, it would dissipate in that mysterious and unpredictable place. Finally, the passage seemed to be coming to an end. It was an ancient and mysterious place. It was an otherworldly place engraved with the mottled aura of countless eras. It seemed to have transcended the heavens, crossed the long river of time, and didn't even belong to the past, present, or future. Silent, desolate, grand, and ancient, the world was faintly filled with the sacred and solemn sound of sacrifice. In the distance, there seemed to be an altar appearing. Zhou Tong could vaguely see broken scenes. Someone was sacrificing something here. No, that's black blood. Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked not far away from the altar. There was a pitch-black thing that looked like blood. Crack! However, at this moment, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly streaked across the void, illuminating this sacred and supreme place. It was 2 gazes, as if some creature had awakened here. After that, the scene Zhou Tong saw became chaotic, and he couldn't see anything. Even Zhou Tong's soul was trembling. At the instant those 2 gazes appeared, he felt a sense of fatal danger. A terrifying pressure swept through space and time, passing through this illusory passageway and transmitting over. This pressure was extremely domineering, and Zhou Tong's remnant consciousness in the passage was instantly swept away. But soon, a faint light bloomed on the reincarnation mirror, and immediately eliminated this terrifying pressure, turning it into a cool breeze. At the same time, it also obscured the heavenly secrets, so that the gaze couldn't detect Zhou Tong's existence. At this moment, Zhou Tong was sure that those 2 gazes were definitely the gaze of an immortal emperor. Could the person with those gazes be the so-called officiant? The officiant of the Black Blood era? Zhou Tong had some vague guesses. Chapter 1097. Chi. After Zhou Tong's attention was diverted from the passage in the void, the dark matter on his body was still disappearing bit by bit. At the same time, his aura was also becoming more and more terrifying. The darkness dissipated bit by bit. Even later, when all the dark matter was completely exhausted, Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm, the true fate of the mole cricket, showed its power. A mysterious and unfathomable light surged into his body. The passage that Zhou Tong had sensed earlier gradually became blurry and then disappeared bit by bit. He could no longer see it. This feeling, this passage seems to be connected to the door of potential in my body? Zhou Tong was suddenly stunned. When the darkness dissipated, he finally understood where the endless dark matter in his body came from. The passage is connected to the door of potential and opened a back door for the door of potential? My dark matter is actually like this. Zhou Tong carefully sensed. He felt that the light emitted by the true fate of the mole cricket had completely blocked the back door of the door of potential, preventing the dark matter from entering his body. When the darkness dissipated, Zhou Tong couldn't help but completely relax. His entire body seemed to have been washed clean, and his entire body was emitting an unprecedented immortal light. This immortal light was incomparably terrifying. The symbols of the great Tao were astonishingly bright, densely guarding his body. It was even to the extent that a wisp of undetectable brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. This was a brilliance that surpassed the level of the immortal king. It was enough to make Zhou Tong indestructible. The light of a quasi-immortal emperor. I didn't expect that after I created the 6th secret realm, such a thing would be born. I'm afraid that only after I completely cultivate the true fate of the 10 vicious and successfully transform it into the 6th secret realm will I have the qualifications to truly break through to the quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong exhaled, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. Although the light of a quasi-immortal emperor was not dense and was only a wisp that could not be detected, and was even far inferior to the Butcher and the others in the ancient Chaos era, it also meant that he was gradually beginning to surpass the immortal king and advance towards the supreme emperor. Moreover, unlike Butcher and the others, Zhou Tong had already grasped the key to breaking through the king's domain. However, I finally understand why the Cloud Mirror Immortal King and the others chose to cultivate the heaven shrouding technique. It turns out that they don't just want to pollute the myriad heavens, they also want to pollute the cultivation system of the heaven shrouding technique. Zhou Tong finally understood the Dark Immortal King's goal. The dark matter was connected to the gate of potential, and through the gate of potential, it was transmitted into every cultivator's body. What did that mean? It meant that whoever did this had no intention of polluting the heavens, but rather completely polluting the system and the heaven-shrouding magic. If they succeeded, then in the future, as long as they cultivated the heaven-shrouding magic, they would immediately fall into darkness. I finally understand why the later generations of true immortals who cultivated the heaven-shrouding art system all fell into the darkness. So this system has been corrupted by them. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. It turned out that the corruption of the system had begun at this time. They had their subordinates cultivate the heaven-shrouding magic and slowly explore the mysteries of this system, figuring out the most important gate of potential and the arrangement of the 5 great secret realms. Then, they would specifically target this system and use specific methods to pollute it. You couldn't deal with Heavenly Emperor Huang, so you used this method to cut off his escape route and his inheritance. I can't believe you could come up with such a method. Zhou Tong understood many things now. No wonder the 6th secret realm is the key to solving this kind of corruption. Heavenly Emperor Huang never casually spread the secrets of the 6th secret realm, so the Dark Immortals don't know about the 6th secret realm at all. Perhaps they've guessed the existence of the 6th secret realm, but they don't understand the key and secrets of this secret realm. Therefore, the only way to solve this kind of corruption is to start with the 6th secret realm. The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Tong felt toward the Dark Immortals and the mysteries and connections between the various cultivation systems. The immortal emperors of the dark side were actually able to corrupt an entire cultivation system. How did they do it? How did they find the source of the entire system? No, they didn't do it from the source, they did it from halfway. Because the source of this cultivation system is Heavenly Emperor Huang, an existence that they can't deal with, they could only do it halfway and pollute the 5 secret realms, so the key to solving this problem lies in the 6th secret realm. If I'm not wrong, the more dark immortal kings cultivate the heaven-shrouding art, the worse the corruption of this cultivation system. However, as long as Heavenly Emperor Huang is alive, this cultivation system will always have a chance of survival. As long as I'm alive, this cultivation system will still have a chance of survival. At the current level of corruption, as long as I'm careful and don't touch the Dark Immortals, I'll be fine. Zhou Tong looked at himself and vaguely understood some things. The Dark Immortals polluted the 5 secret realms, so as long as he opened the 6th secret realm, he would be able to escape from the Dark Immortals. However, the key point was that the 6th secret realm of the heaven-shrouding art was something that was very personal. Everyone's 6th secret realm was different, which made this cultivation system known as a kaleidoscope. Everyone's 6th secret realm was different, and everyone was able to open up the boundaries of this cultivation system. The 6th secret realm of the heaven-shrouding art. Every cultivator who opens up their own 6th secret realm has greatly expanded the scope of the heaven-shrouding art. They've all opened up a new path for this cultivation system. They're all half-step Daozu. Daozu was a title unique to the high heavens. The founder of a cultivation system would be respected no matter what cultivation level they were at, and they could be called Daozu. As for the so-called half-step Daozu, they were basically people who continued on the path of their predecessors and continued to create a complete cultivation system. Because they started on the path of their predecessors, even if they created a new world, they could only be called half-step Daozu. The complete heaven-shrouding art was such a special cultivation method. Taught half and created the other half. Every cultivator who achieved the Tao would continue on the broken path and create their own secret realm. Therefore, every cultivator who achieved the Tao would be called half-step Daozu. Everyone is a half-step Daozu, so from a certain perspective, the heaven-shrouding art is a cultivation system that can never be completely corrupted. Even if a part of it is corrupted, There will still be prodigies who can break through the darkness and find their own path of Tao. Perhaps back then, Heavenly Emperor Huang was just taking a casual step and making a casual decision. But looking at it now, it seems to be full of deep meaning. The more he studied, the more he learned. Zhou Tong realized that Huang Tian Emperor not passing down the sixth secret realm was a great move. It gave the heaven-shrouding art its greatest characteristic and gave its descendants endless possibilities. It also prevented the corruption of the Dark Immortals. Chapter 1098. The Sixth Secret Realm. I've only completed the sixth secret realm of the Mole Cricket True Fate. There are other true fates to follow. Zhou Tong looked at the other true fate in the 10 heavenly rings. It was the true fate that had recently returned to his body, the Thunder Emperor. The reason he chose the Mole Cricket True Fate for the first true fate was because the Mole Cricket True Fate was based on the sixth secret realm of the Immortal King realm. Therefore, it was most appropriate to make the Mole Cricket True Fate his first true fate for the sixth secret realm. The reason he chose the Thunder Emperor for the second true fate was similar. The Thunder Emperor True Fate followed the Divine Tao cultivation system. This cultivation system was inextricably linked to the Immortal Ancient Methods, Chaotic Ancient Methods, and Heaven Shrouding Method. Therefore, this true fate was chosen as the second true fate for the sixth secret realm. However, I'm not in a hurry to turn the Thunder Emperor into the second true fate for the sixth secret realm. Right now, there's something else I need to take a look at. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then a huge bell flew out from his forehead. The bell flickered with the light of various immortal metals. At the same time, there were strands of primal chaos chi and myriad origin chi descending from the bell. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the 7 devil stars embedded in the bell. Now, I've officially begun to refine the 7 devil stars. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile as he carefully sensed the state of the bell. He could feel that some of the power of the 7 devil stars was beginning to fuse with the bell. Clearly, the 7 devil stars had already begun to be refined. A quasi-immortal emperor artifact must have at least quasi-immortal emperor light before it can be refined. Of course, this is only the beginning. If your cultivation base doesn't improve, even if you spend a few epochs, you won't be able to refine a single devil star. As Zhou Tong spoke, he directly sat down and took out large chunks of immortal metal. Darkness immortal metal, Great Firmament immortal metal, Rainbow immortal metal, 5 elements immortal metal, Void immortal metal, Time immortal metal. Boom! In the primal chaos, flames soared into the sky as Zhou Tong smelted the immortal metal and carved all kinds of grand Tao runes on them. Finally, he poured all of them into his bell. Clang! The bell trembled slightly, and suddenly, the world roared. The melodious sound of the bell turned into mysterious and unfathomable chanting that resounded throughout the world. With Zhou Tong's current cultivation level that had touched upon the boundary of a half-immortal emperor, the scene of him going all out to refine his weapon was simply unimaginable. When all of the time immortal metal had merged with the bell, especially the mountain-sized piece of time immortal metal, the bell underwent an unimaginable change. Vaguely, one could see the power of time swirling around the bell, forming a river of time. The entire refining process lasted for over 100 years. After that, a series of immortal gold artifacts flew out from the mouth of the bell. They were the artifacts of the immortal kings that Zhou Tong had killed earlier. Previously, when Zhou Tong was refining the primordial spirits of these immortal kings, he didn't have the time or effort to refine their weapons into the bell. But now, he could finally free himself to deal with these weapons. Boom! Zhou Tong first threw a cauldron made of darkness immortal metal into the flames of his refining. Then, he began to refine and break down the great Tao laws inside the cauldron, gathering them into his bell. At the same time, the darkness immortal metal was also refined into immortal gold essence, and poured into the bell. Then, he threw a broken bough into the flames. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky. A killing intent that could pierce through the galaxy, the sun and the moon, and pierce through the chaos overflowed. After that, the third Immortal King artifact, the fourth Immortal King artifact. One by one, Zhou Tong refined the great Tao laws of the Immortal King artifact. He even refined their immortal gold essence, and poured it into the bell. This process lasted for 1,000 years. When all of the Immortal King artifacts were refined, Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction on his face. In the process of refining these Immortal King artifacts and strengthening the power of the bell, more power of the 7 demonic stars was refined by the bell, completely becoming a part of the bell. The bell has reached the limit of this stage. Zhou Tong casually put away his bell. I've been away for so long now. It's time to go back and take a look. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked in the direction of Jiutian Shidi. He lifted his foot and directly walked over. Previously, he was afraid that the dark matter on his body would expose the coordinates of his hometown. Now, there wasn't so much of a problem. At the same time, in a secret place above high heavens, beside a huge altar, a figure opened his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. I felt that someone seemed to be spying on this place just now. Was it those old fellows again? But when did they have this kind of ability? Even I didn't catch any traces of them? The dark side had some enemies even above high heavens. They didn't just want to pollute the heavens of the lower realm. Even high heavens was their target. However, the situation in high heavens was too complicated. Countless cultivation systems in the heavens were mixed in high heavens. There were definitely many immortal emperors here. Therefore, even if the dark side was powerful, it was impossible for them to sweep through the entire high heavens. No, it's not those old fellows. It's the lower realm. A passage has been closed? Someone from that system has taken that step again? This person frowned, a trace of anger appearing on his face. This system again. It's that damned Huang again. He's too troublesome, much more troublesome than those old fellows. The cultivation system he left behind is too heaven-defying. How many years has it been? Someone is actually going to take that step again? This person's expression became uglier and uglier. We have to completely destroy this cultivation system. We have to speed up some steps. This person transmitted his voice. Soon, some people above high heavens took action, on the other side, in Jiutian Shidi. Zhou Tong once again returned to Jiutian Shidi. Facing this familiar starry sky, Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He took a step forward, and the stars moved. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the divine realm. You're back. How's the situation over there? As soon as he returned to the Tao platform where he usually sat cross-legged, Yen Ruyu appeared. She also knew that Zhou Tong had left this universe to explore the situation on the other side of the darkness. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "It's not optimistic. The situation on the other side of the darkness is more serious than I thought. Previously, I agreed with Yi Fan's idea to let the heroes of the universe fight against the darkness. But now I feel that this decision was a bit hasty. Is the darkness really that powerful?" Yen Ruyu looked at Zhou Tong with some shock. "It's unimaginably powerful. This matter needs to be considered at length." Zhou Tong's expression was serious. Then, he looked at the void of the universe and said, "Everyone, please come to my divine realm for a chat." Chapter 1099. His voice was not loud and did not cause much commotion in the universe. However, Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor Qing Di, Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, and the others all opened their eyes. Zhou Tong is back? He left for tens of thousands of years and brought back more information about the darkness? Yi Fan opened his eyes and revealed a hint of joy. He was eager to fight. Ever since he had verified his Tao, it was difficult for him to find the passion and fighting spirit he had on the ancient starry sky path. It was not easy to hear news about the darkness. He was excited from the bottom of his heart and could not wait to fight the darkness. Yi Fan was not the only one. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor Qing Di, and the others all opened their eyes excitedly. They stood up and went to the Divine Dominion together. Even Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, who usually did not care about worldly affairs, was very curious about the darkness. As for Taiyang and Taiyang, they were worried about the outside world and the future of the darkness. Every heavenly emperor had their own thoughts. However, no matter what they thought, they all came to the Divine Dominion and went to the floating island where Zhou Tong had received them. Dense mist swirled about the floating island. White mist rose, immortal energy was hazy, and primal chaos surged. The floating island was like a small world. There was white mist, beautiful mountains, flying immortal birds, and auspicious beasts. It was like an immortal's home. Zhou Tong, I haven't been here for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect the Divine Dominion to be like this. The merging of the 5 continents has improved the environment of the Divine Dominion quite a bit, Yi Fan said with a smile. He had not been to the Divine Dominion for a long time. He did not know that the Divine Dominion had been turned upside down. The planet-like world had become a giant floating island. Even the 5 continents of Lingbao Tianzuan's Tao Palace had merged together. Just do it, don't mind it. Zhou Tong smiled. Did you ask us to come here this time because you have some information about the darkness? When can we set off? Heavenly Emperor Qing Di asked directly. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others looked at Zhou Tong excitedly. They were all warmongers. From the beginning of his cultivation, he had fought his way up. This kind of person naturally liked the feeling of breaking through between life and death. It's still too early to go on an expedition. I did find out some of the movements of the darkness, but even I am in big trouble this time. If I hadn't made a breakthrough at the last moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have dared to come back. Zhou Tong shook his head and then roughly explained some of the movements of the darkness. He also told them about the so-called erosion of the system. Yi Fan, Wu Shi, Qing Dharch, Great Emperor Ruthless, and Yen Ruyu were speechless for a long time. The erosion of a system was beyond their understanding and knowledge. They had never thought that even a system could be corrupted by darkness. However, the cultivation system should be a virtual thing. How could it be contaminated? Don't ask me how they did it. If I knew how they did it, I would have long surpassed the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong said casually, I've already reached the limit of what they did. If I wanted to investigate further, I would have to surpass the immortal king realm to be qualified. The system is contaminated. That means that as long as you are contaminated by the dark matter, you will never be able to get rid of it? Heavenly Emperor Qing Di asked, You know about these things. That means you are also contaminated, right? Among everyone present, only Heavenly Emperor Qing Di was the most relaxed. This was because he had already changed his cultivation system. He cultivated the inner world cultivation system. Even if the heaven shrouding technique was contaminated, he would be fine. Zhou Tong nodded and said, That's right. I am indeed contaminated. However, I have also found a way to get rid of the contamination. That is to take the unprecedented step and open the 6th secret realm. What? The 6th secret realm? There's a 6th secret realm? Whether it was Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Tai Yin, or Tai Yang, they were all shocked. They had never heard of the existence of a 6th secret realm. The scriptures that they cultivated and created did not mention anything about the 6th secret realm. Even they themselves could not find out what the 6th secret realm was because the 5 great secret realms had already exhausted the secrets of the human body. How could there be a 6th secret realm? The 6th secret realm is not the secret realm of the human body. It is the secret realm outside the body. Zhou Tong said. Secret realm outside the body? Yi Fan was shocked. However, his eyes soon lit up. If he could learn the method of the sixth secret realm, he would not have to worry about the dark matter anymore. How do you cultivate the sixth secret realm? Heavenly Emperor's son asked. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others, Tai Yang and Tai Yin were indeed slightly weaker. Even with Zhou Tong's method of immortality, they lived every life in fear. They were completely different from Yi Fan and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, who lived a new life calmly. In fact, Yi Fan and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi only needed to live another life, and they would be immortals in the mortal world. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor's son and Heavenly Emperor Tai Yin were the first to ask about the method of the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm stingy, but the method of the sixth secret realm cannot be taught to others. According to my research, everyone's sixth secret realm is different. It is related to each person's experience, physique, personality, and many other factors. My sixth secret realm belongs to me. Before you find your own sixth secret realm, if I teach it to you, it will only affect your own judgment and cultivation path." Humans were like that. They were lazy. If they saw a path to heaven, who would go to the unknown to find their own path? Zhou Tong was fine after seeing Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm, because he had already found his own sixth secret realm. If it was someone else who had not found their own path, they would definitely be affected. Once you learn my sixth secret realm, I'm afraid you will never be able to break through the monarch level in the future. So, don't look at me anymore. Unless you don't want to cultivate to the highest level, I will not teach you the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the others and said softly, "More importantly, even if I want to teach it, I can't. Because my sixth secret realm is not universal, I didn't come up with the method to cultivate it. It was also a coincidence that I managed to cultivate it." Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm was naturally cultivated by coincidence, because his sixth secret realm required true fate. However, his true fate was cultivated by the mirror of reincarnation. He had no idea how to cultivate this true fate. If he wanted to make the sixth secret realm something that anyone could cultivate, he would first have to decipher the light of reincarnation of the mirror of reincarnation. Only by understanding this thing could he come up with a true fate that outsiders could cultivate. Chapter 1100. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different? For a moment, the entire floating island fell into complete silence. Whether it was Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi or Yi Fan, all of them were frowning. Zhou Tong did not create something that everyone could cultivate. Therefore, they had no way to deal with the so-called corrosion of darkness. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different, so it's difficult to open it. However, once the sixth secret realm is opened, it'll be difficult for the dark matter to contaminate you, Zhou Tong continued. Opening the sixth secret realm did not mean one was immune to the dark matter, but it was difficult to be contaminated. If the person who opened the sixth secret realm was suddenly enveloped by a large amount of dark matter or quasi-immortal emperor-level dark matter, there was a high possibility that he would fall into darkness. This was because the sixth secret realm only made one immune to the contamination from the system, not from the outside world. If you haven't found your own sixth secret realm, then it's not wise to fight the darkness. The Taiyin human emperor said, however, why didn't you notice the contamination of the dark matter when you first discovered the darkness? The Taiyin human emperor was confused. When Zhou Tong first told them about the dark matter, they did not notice the corrosion of the system. He even created a technique that could purify the dark matter. However, when he went out this time, he discovered the corrosion of the system. According to his situation, the corrosion of the system should not be limited to contact with the dark matter. I don't know the exact reason, but I was tricked this time. If I'm not wrong, it should be some processed dark matter that caused the corrosion of the entire system. I mistakenly thought that it was just ordinary dark matter, so I accidentally contaminated it and caused the corrosion of the system. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and continued, Our system was created by Heavenly Emperor Huang. According to my calculations, if the person behind the dark matter wants to completely corrupt the system, they have to start with Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, they shouldn't be able to deal with Heavenly Emperor Huang, so their corrosion of the system is very slow. At least for 1,000,000 years, everyone will be fine. Their corrosion hasn't reached that level yet. As for what will happen after 1,000,000 years, it's hard to say. Zhou Tong added. 1,000,000 years is neither long nor short. This is troublesome. You're not their match either? Yi Fan looked up at Zhou Tong and asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, They have an immortal emperor behind them. An immortal emperor is as powerless as a saint in front of an immortal emperor. If it's not an immortal emperor, how could they attack the entire system of our cultivation? Until now, I still haven't figured out the principle behind this move. Although Zhou Tong saw the channel, he didn't know how it was created, nor did he know how it was precisely connected to the entire system. An immortal emperor-level skill was too powerful, mysterious, and terrifying. Even Zhou Tong, who had opened up the sixth secret realm, could not fathom its power. Following Zhou Tong's words, everyone quieted down once more. After a long time, even No Beginning was a little depressed. Is there no other way to deal with it other than the sixth secret realm? Heavenly Emperor No Beginning was strong and confident. However, he only knew about the sixth secret realm today. Even if he tried his best, he did not know how long it would take for him to fully comprehend the sixth secret realm. Without the sixth secret realm, everything he cultivated would be corroded by the darkness. It was an unsolvable situation. No matter how confident he was, it was useless. The difference in cultivation time was obvious. If he did not have enough time, he would not be able to fight those immortal emperors head-on. The system you created not long ago shouldn't be corrupted. If we cultivate multiple systems at the same time, can we avoid the darkness? Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, who had been silent all this time, asked. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's possible. I cultivate multiple systems at the same time, but I'm still affected. As long as the current system is not destroyed, the darkness is unavoidable. Of course, if you want, I can take out the cultivation system for you to study. I can even take out the cultivation system of the Dark Faction for you to study, Zhou Tong said. Zhou Tong had searched Cloud Mirror Immortal King's memories. Naturally, he knew what cultivation system he cultivated before he switched to the Heaven Shrouding Art. It was a cultivation system that was similar to Bloodline. It was a system that enhanced and unearthed one's bloodline. Therefore, they placed great importance on bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the greater the potential for future achievements. Of course, their cultivation system also had the ability to absorb the advantages of other races and turn them into their own bloodline. All in all, this was a cultivation system that studied bloodlines to the extreme. There were many things that Zhou Tong could not understand even after studying it for so many years. It was too profound. Know yourself and know your enemy. You will never be defeated. It's good to study their cultivation system. Who knows, we might be able to find a way to counter them, Yi Fan said. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and thought to himself, You think too much. How can you find a flaw in a perfect cultivation system so easily? You have to at least be an immortal emperor. If you can learn anything from other cultivation systems, you are already very powerful. However, Zhou Tong didn't say these words out loud. He continued, Let me give you a reminder. You can study my cultivation system as much as you want. You can even change your cultivation system. However, it's best if you refer to the Dark Faction's system. If I'm not wrong, their cultivation system has already been infiltrated. As long as you cultivate it, you might be corroded by the dark matter and never be able to get rid of it. The bloodline system of the dark faction was indeed profound. Logically speaking, it was very suitable for the top bloodline of the Vicious Ten to cultivate this cultivation system. However, Zhou Tong did not let his true fate cultivate it. He was afraid that this cultivation system had already been corroded. Once he cultivated it, he would immediately be tainted by the dark matter. Furthermore, if he cultivated this cultivation system, when this true fate turned into his sixth secret realm in the future, it was very likely that his sixth secret realm would be tainted as well. Before he had the ability to resist the dark matter, Zhou Tong would not cultivate this cultivation system. I won't go into the details. The two cultivation systems are here. Take a look for yourselves, Zhou Tong said. Then, he waved his hand and all kinds of words appeared in the void. The golden words showed the golden pill nascent soul cultivation system that Zhou Tong used to complete his escape route. The black words showed the bloodline system of the dark faction. Chapter 1101. Yi Fan, No Beginning, Cyan Emperor, Vicious Great Emperor, Yen Ryu, and the others were completely immersed in the cultivation system that Zhou Tong taught them. The entire floating island fell silent once more. Above the island, pure white radiance swirled about. Faint immortal mist curled about, making this place appear hazy and dense with spiritual energy. Zhou Tong looked at these people's states and didn't say anything. He quietly sat to the side and immersed himself in his own cultivation. At the same time, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. After Zhou Tong cultivated the sixth secret realm, and a wisp of half-immortal emperor light appeared on the surface of his body, the cracks within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring also began to recede. The inextinguishable divine light that represented half-immortal emperors coiled around the cracks of the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, preventing it from collapsing. This wisp of half-immortal emperor light completely delayed the collapse of the 10 heavenly passage divine ring by 1,000,000 years. But right now, Zhou Tong's attention wasn't here, but rather on the heavenly horned ant's true fate. As the danger of the 10 heavenly passage divine ring was reduced, the heavenly horned ant's true fate could finally slow down a bit. He could spare a bit of energy to transmit the great Tao mysteries he comprehended from the primordial space to Zhou Tong. Streaks of profound laws were transmitted into Zhou Tong's mind. These profundities of the laws were like a resounding bell that resounded by Zhou Tong's ears, and it was like he was suddenly enlightened. It caused his mind to be enlightened, allowing him to comprehend the most profound profundities of the grand Tao in the heavens and the earth, causing him to obtain some sort of comprehension. The floating island scenery was as beautiful as a fairyland. But right now there was a type of fluctuation surging. With Zhou Tong as the center, a wave of profound fluctuations continuously rippled out, filling the entire floating island with an aura of life. The great Tao transmitted by the heavenly horned ant's true fate was none other than the great Tao insights of life creation and life design from the primordial space. As these insights entered his mind, the aura of life overflowed. On the side, Yi Fan and the others who were originally comprehending two different systems were also awakened by the fluctuations coming from Zhou Tong's body. This is the fluctuation of life. What a mysterious Tao of life! Emperor No Beginning exclaimed. He had initially thought that Zhou Tong was walking the path of war immortals, so he would be most familiar with things like the Tao of battle, the Tao of destruction, and the like. Who would have thought that he would be able to see such a mysterious and profound Tao of life? All these years, I've never been able to see through what you've been cultivating. So you actually have such a deep understanding of the Tao of life? Or is this the power of your sixth secret realm? Yi Fan lamented. The Tao of life. This is rather similar to my Tao. I'm not in a hurry to learn the cultivation system. After I memorize it, I can study it at any time. However, this kind of life Tao is extremely hard to come by. The Azure Supreme Thearcha's eyes lit up. He immediately closed his eyes and started to comprehend the undulations coming from Zhou Tong's body. He was originally the immortal elixir of immortality, so his understanding of life could be said to be the strongest among everyone present. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. Even Emperor Ruthless, who had the highest cultivation base, could not help but reveal a strange expression. This Tao of life feels like it's creating life. Could it be that you can already create life out of nothing? On the side, Tai Yin, Tai Yang, Yen Ryu, and the others also had some enlightenment. However, Zhou Tong did not care at all. He was wholeheartedly absorbing this Tao of life. The most mysterious and profound thing in the primordial space was the law of life. This was the most important treasure in the primordial space. Only the creator of the universe could comprehend this law of life. How terrifying and profound was this law of life! Even if Zhou Tong tried his best, he could only absorb it bit by bit. It had to be known that even quasi-immortal emperors created life using other life forms as a template. How could they compare to the master of the primordial space, who could casually create life? Time passed day by day. Zhou Tong was still immersed in cultivation. Yi Fan and the others were also immersed in cultivation. They were either comprehending different cultivation systems or comprehending the Tao of life overflowing from Zhou Tong's body. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Chi. At this time, the white mist in the void began to undergo some changes. A rich aura of life emerged. TSK, worthy of being an immortal king while cultivating, the fluctuations of this Tao of life actually changed the essence of the nearby spiritual mist, turning this spiritual mist into a special type of divine spring water. If he continues to cultivate like this, after another 10,000 years, this island's spiritual spring might undergo a qualitative change. Yi Fan was a bit envious. The immortal king was only cultivating, yet the Tao aura he unintentionally emitted could turn many nearby ordinary objects into the most precious supreme treasures of the outside world. Zhou Tong naturally didn't know about Yi Fan's envy, but even if he did, he would only treat it as an ordinary matter. For an immortal king to have this type of power that could turn something rotten into something magical, wasn't that normal? During the ancient Chaos era, when the Tao Comprehension tea tree was still in the foreign realm, the best tea in the foreign realm was made from the water produced by the immortal king's comprehension and discussion of the Tao. This water was contaminated with the immortal king's Tao aura, so it was most suitable for making tea. Zhou Tong and the others continued to cultivate. How could 1,000 years of time be enough for Zhou Tong to completely digest the life-profound mysteries brought back by the heavenly horned ant's true fate? In reality, if one wanted to completely comprehend this type of profound mystery, even several tens of thousands of years was far from enough. It was because this type of profound mystery was too profound and unfathomable. 10,000 years passed again. Meanwhile, at this time, only then did Zhou Tong open his eyes. The mysteries of the Tao are endless. Even after 10,000 years, I only roughly comprehended it once. It is to the extent where every time I comprehend it now, there are tremendous benefits. The comprehensions brought back by the heavenly horned ant's true fate, it is unknown just how long it will take me to comprehend them. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think back to his previous comprehension. During these 10,000 years, his cultivation and Tao skills advanced a step further. What the life-profound mysteries brought him was a type of comprehensive improvement, making his body overflow with lively life force, making his constitution reach a higher level. It was to the extent where even the half-immortal Emperor radiance around his body became a bit stronger. It has only been 10,000 years. Yi Fan and Without Beginning have already become secular immortals? Zhou Tong suddenly noticed that Yi Fan and Emperor Without Beginning's auras were different from before. Right now, they were definitely secular immortals. They actually silently broke through in my place. This is actually much faster than the original work. However, this makes sense. Yi Fan has bathed in the good fortune of some law creation tribulation, so it is normal for his cultivation speed to catch up to Emperor Without Beginnings. Moreover, right now they are also viewing different cultivation systems, different Daoan methods at the same time. The collision of systems is the easiest way for one's cultivation to improve, so it is also normal for them to become secular immortals now. Green Emperor and Yen Ruyu's cultivation can also be considered to have improved greatly, but they are still far from becoming immortals. Tai Yin and Tai Yang, on the other hand, have been reborn, their strength increasing explosively. Chapter 1102. After 10,000 years, Zhou Tong was not the only one who woke up from his cultivation. No Beginning, Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the others also opened their eyes. After the free time, it was time to discuss the Tao. Everyone was discussing the Golden Pill's nascent soul system and the Dark Faction's bloodline system. Zhou Tong naturally joined in their discussion as well. Moreover, they were all peerless geniuses. They had their own unique views on the various systems. Zhou Tong also learned a lot. Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Ruthless were already secular immortals. In other words, they were already quasi-immortal kings. With the word king, they already had a hint of the immortal king's aura. Some of their views made Zhou Tong's eyes light up. Tai Yin, Tai Yang, No Beginning, and Qing Tharch were deeply impressed by Zhou Tong's Golden Pill's nascent soul system. Yi Fan and Ruthless, on the other hand, had a deeper understanding of the Dark Faction's bloodline system. This was because their path to immortality was the path of physical transformation. There were many similarities between this and the bloodline system. As for Zhou Tong's avatar, Heavenly Emperor Huang, he was not biased. After all, he was Zhou Tong's avatar. He knew what he needed to know. During the entire discussion, Zhou Tong did not speak much. Heavenly Emperor Huang spoke on his behalf. The Dark Faction's bloodline system is indeed powerful. If I had seen this system when I first attained my Tao, I would have become a secular immortal long ago. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim during the discussion. Heavenly Emperor No Beginning looked at Zhou Tong and said, "My friend, the Golden Pill's nascent soul system is also very impressive. The steps of transforming one's soul into a nascent soul and converting one's mana into one's divine power is also a stroke of genius. Moreover, there are some faint connections between this and our system. If I'm not wrong, this might be the location of my sixth secret realm." What? Yi Fan, Qing Tharch, Tai Yang, and Ruthless all looked at No Beginning in shock. No Beginning had actually found his sixth secret realm? Have you really thought it through? My creation of this system was based on Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong was also shocked. No Beginning wanted to use his Golden Pill nascent soul system as his sixth secret realm? Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm? No Sure was surprised. But soon, he calmed down and said, "You are worried that my sixth secret realm will clash with Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm? Don't worry, I won't joke about my path. From your system, I can really feel that this might be my sixth secret realm. My Tao has no beginning and no end. Your cultivation system is the best way to expand my Tao. I trust my instincts." Emperor Wu Shi smiled. After returning to Jotian City, he had already discovered that Emperor Ruthless and Yi Fan were not inferior to him. Although they were not mortal enemies, he still had a sense of competition in his heart. Now that he was the first one to find the sixth secret realm that belonged solely to him, he was quite proud of himself. "I see. I understand now." Zhou Tong nodded. He understood Emperor Wu Shi's thoughts and his path of Tao. The beginning represented the origin of time, and the end represented the end of time. Without beginning and end, there was no beginning and no end. It represented a path without limit. However, the 5 mysterious worlds had restricted Wu Shi Great Emperor's path. His Tao had no beginning and no end, but he hadn't reached such a high level yet. It had restricted his progress. On the other hand, Zhou Tong's Golden Pill Nascent Soul System was the perfect solution to this problem. The Golden Pill Nascent Soul System's greatest highlight was its energy and soul. The soul turned into a nascent soul and the energy turned into a pill, completely breaking free from the limits of the body. Especially in the later stages, when the bloodshed golden pill was fused into the nascent soul, it could completely break free from the limits of the body. In other words, Zhou Tong's supplement to the Golden Pill Nascent Soul System's Immortal King level allowed this cultivation system to reach a whole new level. It allowed this system to break free from the limits of the innate realm. As for how high it could reach, it depended on the cultivator's own efforts. This system was very suitable for Emperor Wu Shi's Tao of no beginning and no end. Zhou Tong could not imagine how high the Tao of no beginning and no end could reach after breaking free from the limits of the body. If this is the 6th secret realm, then Emperor Wu Shi's 6th secret realm is very similar to Emperor Huang's all-seeing God. However, although they look similar, their essence and nature are completely different. Zhou Tong silently calculated Emperor Wu Shi's 6th secret realm. Congratulations, Brother Wu Shi. Emperor Qing was the first to congratulate Emperor Wu Shi. He was not surprised that Emperor Wu Shi had found his path to the 6th secret realm. After all, he had already given up on the heaven shrouding technique and switched to the inner world technique. It's too early to congratulate me. I can only vaguely feel my path of Tao, but I have no idea where to start. Emperor Wu Shi shook his head. Don't be discouraged. Now that you have found your path, the rest will be much simpler. As you continue to comprehend, you will slowly find the right path. I'm afraid you won't be able to find your own path. Zhou Tong's clone, Emperor Huang, said. Haha, Sister Blood Phoenix is right. Now that I have found my path, the rest will be easy. I have to go back and comprehend my 6th secret realm. I will take my leave now. Emperor Wu Shi smiled and said goodbye to Zhou Tong. Brother, please, Zhou Tong said. After saying goodbye, Emperor Wu Shi turned around and left. A golden path extended into the depths of the universe. Emperor Wu Shi stepped on the golden path and left the divine realm. The 6th secret realm. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He had a complicated expression on his face. He thought that his understanding of the bloodline of darkness had broadened his horizons and improved his cultivation. However, he did not expect Emperor Wu Shi to be the first to comprehend the path to the 6th secret realm. Soon, Yi Fan regained his composure and said, Zhou Tong, I have to go back and comprehend my own path of Tao. Goodbye. Go ahead. Zhou Tong nodded. I should go back too. Emperor Ruthless did not say much. After saying goodbye, he left. The 3 worldly immortals left the divine realm at the same time. Only Zhou Tong, Yan Ryu, Emperor Qing, Tai Yin Yang, and Emperor Huang were left on the divine realm floating island. Sigh, we are too old. We can't compare to the younger generation. Emperor Tai Yin sighed. The Saint Emperor of the Sun was silent as well. Yi Fan, no beginning, and vicious comprehension abilities had indeed made them feel pressured. After a long while, Emperor Tai Yin and Emperor Yang looked at each other and stood up. It's time for us to leave. We have learned a lot from this discussion. Go ahead. Chapter 1103. Ancestor, is there anything else? After everyone left, Yan Ryu looked at the Azure Emperor. You still want to fight against the darkness? Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of something and asked. The Azure Emperor nodded and said, That's right. Yi Fan, no beginning, and the others can't be tainted by the darkness because of their cultivation system, but I'm different. I've already changed my cultivation system, so the darkness shouldn't target me so easily. I hope to go and fight, not only to adapt to the darkness, but also for the cultivation path I've chosen." Zhou Tong looked at the Azure Emperor deeply. He also understood what the Azure Emperor was thinking. His own avatar, created by Prince Tian, had also walked the path of cultivation in the inner world. He naturally knew how frightening the demand for cultivation resources was for such a path. This kind of cultivation system, all power came from the inner world, and the growth of the inner world was really too slow. Even if he focused on improving and developing the inner world, it would definitely take a lot of time. And if the inner world cultivation system wanted to achieve rapid development, then there was only one way. Kill the opponent, use the opponent's body, divine power, and great Tao to nourish his own inner world, just like how Huang Tian Emperor repaired the 9 heavens 10 earths back then. Kill the true immortals, and use the true immortals' bodies, great Tao, and primordial spirit to repair the world. It's not that I can't bring you on a trip, but killing a few true immortals is enough. Don't fight too much. If we really provoke an existence above Immortal King, we'll all be in trouble." Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and then said, he really did want to make a trip to the foreign realm again. He wanted to kill an expert from the soul river of the foreign realm. He wanted to obtain some valuable information from their memories, and most importantly, the value of those experts was too high. They were related to the high heavens, so they were naturally all filthy rich. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to kill all of the experts from the soul river of the foreign realm, because if he really did that, it was very likely that the quasi-immortal emperor behind them would be drawn out. Killing 1 or 2 was fine, but if he really removed all of the methods they arranged in the heavens, the possibility of drawing out that kind of expert was still very high. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. The Azure Emperor was a bit eager and excited. Since that's the case, let's go. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and Prince Tian's avatar appeared beside him. Since he was going to replenish his inner world, he naturally could not leave out Prince Tian's avatar. Zhou Tong immediately took action, directly opening up a passage that led to the other side. He led the Azure Supreme Tharch and Prince Tian's clone into the tunnel. Meanwhile, in the other side, the sea rose and fell, surging with great momentum. A wave rolled over, the sound of the waves was like thunder. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the sea and the sky were separated by a line. "Is this the base camp of the Dark Camp?" the Lotus Emperor asked as they arrived above the sea. "How is that possible? This realm is just a stronghold. This time, I brought you to the North Sea of this realm. There's an immortal king in the deepest part of the North Sea, but he's my opponent. As for the true immortals and human Tao Supremes under this immortal king, I'll leave them to you." Zhou Tong looked at the Azure Tharch and Prince Tian's incarnation. True immortal. The Lotus Emperor's eyes shone brightly. Although the great emperor had always been known to go against the flow and slay immortals, he had never clashed with a true immortal before. The Lotus Emperor did not know how strong a true immortal was. "In order to prevent you from being defeated, I'll give you this to protect yourselves." Zhou Tong casually handed over a stone weapon that his true dragon True Fate had brought back from the world of immortals to Prince Tian's clone. It was a stone saber that was shaped like a crescent moon. It was the lunar shadow demon blade that the little stone emperor had carefully collected. This stone saber. The Cyan Emperor looked at the lunar shadow devil saber in surprise. He could feel an unfathomable and strange power from the curved saber. It's definitely an Immortal King weapon. I didn't expect him to have so many Immortal King weapons. Moreover, the aura of this stone weapon is a little strange. It seems to be different from all the weapons that I know of. Could it be a completely new cultivation system that I've never seen before? The Lotus Emperor was a little shocked. He had never thought that Zhou Tong would actually be hiding 1 or 2 cultivation systems in secret. Let me give you a reminder. Even the weakest true immortal is not much weaker than any great emperor. Be careful, Zhou Tong said as he looked at the Lotus Emperor. I know. The Lotus Emperor came back to his senses and nodded. 3 figures streaked across the sky above the North Sea. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the end of the North Sea. From afar, they could see a huge palace at the end of the North Sea. It was exuding bursts of colorful light. Moreover, they could see many servants and soldiers within the palace. Leave the immortal king to me. I'll leave the others to you guys. Zhou Tong had already attacked as he spoke. He stretched out his arm and grabbed toward the sky. His palm and fingers glowed, and he instantly grabbed a star from outside the realm. He carved some of the great Tao symbols of the divine striking stone onto it. Then, he refined it into his palm and smashed it down. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The seawater flowed in reverse. A star directly smashed toward the palace at the end of the North Sea. This strike was too ferocious. It was world-shaking, shaking up the entire foreign realm. A star was refined. Even though it looked like it was only the size of a fist, it was still a genuine star. Moreover, the one who refined the star was Zhou Tong, an unmatched expert who was incomparably close to half-immortal emperor level. A large amount of immortal king-level great Tao symbols were instantly engraved on the star. Now, this star was thrown out just like that. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. This palace was the residence of an immortal king, so it naturally had exceptional formations protecting it. The moment it was attacked, waves of divine light immediately rushed into the heavens. The radiance was resplendent like raging flames, the most powerful defensive force instantly erupting. It had to be said that Zhou Tong's strike was too terrifying. Even the immortal king Great Formation was blasted through by him. That supreme formation was breaking apart, shattering. This strike was too powerful. If there wasn't an immortal king formation here, this large sea region would become a dangerous place, nothing left. It was to the extent where this realm might even be damaged. Unbridled. The instant the great formation shattered, a world-shaking furious roar sounded. Blue Pupil Immortal King was furious. There was actually someone who dared to take action against his dwelling? After coming out from the Soul River, he still hadn't suffered this type of grievance. Under his crazy rage, he immediately displayed exceptional divine abilities to protect some important figures, and then rushed out together. What? It's you? You actually dare come back? Something's not right. You are actually fine? Blue Pupil Immortal King looked towards Zhou Tong, as if he had seen a ghost. That was but darkness matter that was specially used to corrupt the system. After it contaminated his body, it actually disappeared? Could it be that there was some kind of exceptional expert who helped him get rid of the corrosion of the darkness matter? Could it be that forbidden existence? This person immediately thought of Heavenly Emperor Huang, inwardly feeling a bit cold. Chapter 1104. Boom! In the face of Immortal King Lan Tong's shocked question, Zhou Tong didn't say a word. He directly raised his hand, formed a fist seal, and punched out. As for the people around Immortal King Lan Tong, he ignored them and left them to the Azure Arch and Prince Tian. You're courting death. Immortal King Lan Tong was an immortal king after all. He quickly calmed his mind and a green-golden divine sword appeared in his palm. He slashed across the sky and intercepted the shocking fist seal. Boom! The power of an immortal king surged. The fist seal and sword light collided. The chaotic fog churned, and the bodies of the two couldn't be seen. Only thousands of sword chi could be seen blooming. The battle was too terrifying. The two collided head-on, resulting in extremely terrifying consequences. Boom! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, water flowed backward, and chaos appeared. The entire North Sea was collapsed by this terrifying power. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were turned into ashes. Nothing could be seen. Everything shattered inch by inch. Everything turned into ashes and chaos. This was a collision of the strongest. Originally, this sea region was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It had a sacred aura and was protected by an immortal king formation. But now all of this was history. In the battle between Zhou Tong and immortal King Lan Tong, the entire North Sea was destroyed. The void exploded and a black hole appeared. This was an unimaginable disaster. Moreover, this was merely the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. The true battle was even more intense. Numerous streams of light bloomed as the laws of the Grand Tao recovered, and their divine might was peerless. The true immortals under immortal King Lan Tong all hid far away. Even so, they couldn't control themselves. Their bodies trembled under the might of an immortal king. The Azure Tharch and Prince Tian's incarnations that Zhou Tong brought were the same. But soon, the lunar shadow demon blade emitted a hazy halo that enveloped the two of them, allowing them to recover. Immortal King, this is the divine might of an immortal king. The Azure Thearch's eyes were burning. This was the first time he had encountered such divine might. It was too powerful, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he recalled the scene when he encountered the Emperor weapon before he attained his Tao. There's no time for nonsense. It's time to kill. Zhou Tong's Prince Tian avatar suddenly spoke. These words ignited the Azure Thearch's fighting spirit. His eyes were almost burning. He attacked aggressively and directly started a fight with the true immortal closest to him. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Lan Tong Immortal King started to shift the battlefield. Zhou Tong intentionally avoided the Azure Emperor and Prince Tian's clones. Hence, he forcefully suppressed the blue-eyed Immortal King and shifted the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a boundlessly distant starry space. Clang! The sword light traversed the starry sky and slashed towards Zhou Tong. The entire starry sky was completely cut open. The divine might was boundless and vast. This scene was extremely shocking. Many celestial bodies exploded and burned. The starry skies collapsed. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. On the other side, all of the creatures raised their heads towards the sky, gazing into the starry sky, all of them stunned. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. A sword light tore through the sky, and the stars in the sky appeared. Then, they exploded and burned. This scene was too shocking. All of the creatures of the various races were shocked, all of them trembling. Was this kind of battle going to destroy the world? At the same time, some immortal kings also opened their eyes, revealing a trace of shock and fear. It's that guy again? He's here again? An immortal king stared at the sky with his mouth agape. It's over. The one being targeted this time is actually the one from the North Sea. What kind of enmity does he have with our world? He's actually so relentless? Some immortal kings were puzzled. The last time Zhou Tong came here, he killed the immortal king Cloud Mirror Immortal King, and then killed 12 immortal kings in succession. This kind of divine might had already made the immortal kings of this world deeply afraid. Now that they saw it again, they couldn't help but tremble. In the starry sky, after leaving the North Sea, Zhou Tong no longer restrained his strength and completely displayed his might. Previously, because of the Azure Tharch and his Prince Tian avatar, he still restrained himself. But now that he was far away, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Roar! Zhou Tong raised his head and roared. A wisp of quasi-immortal emperor light bloomed beside him, erupting with incomparably terrifying power. What? That's... You've actually touched that realm. The blue-eye immortal king looked at the wisp of quasi-immortal emperor light on Zhou Tong's body in shock, and his expression changed drastically. The quasi-immortal emperor light on Zhou Tong's body was very faint, and there were only 2 wisps. This kind of quasi-immortal emperor light was mixed in with ordinary immortal light. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely that they would miss it. However, as an immortal king, how could the blue-eye immortal king be wrong? This wisp of immortal light was far superior to other immortal light in terms of quality and everything else. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. Most importantly, he had really seen a quasi-immortal emperor before. He clearly knew that this thing was something beyond the immortal king level. It was definitely not something he could contend against. Is it very difficult to touch that realm? Zhou Tong finally replied. At the same time, he also blasted out a brilliant fist mark. Clang! The blue-eye immortal king's divine sword was blasted away on the spot. The sword light was resplendent, tearing apart the universe and the starry sky. Meanwhile, the fist mark heavily smashed onto the blue-eye immortal king's body. Pooh! The blue-eye immortal king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest was blasted open by Zhou Tong's punch. An immortal king who had already given birth to quasi-immortal emperor light didn't need to use too many tricks to deal with other immortal kings. Even if they were immortal kings, one punch was unstoppable. At the same time, Zhou Tong's other arm was like a divine sword, slashing out a resplendent immortal light and directly cutting off the blue-eye immortal king's head. Then, with a clang, the tyrant bell rumbled and absorbed the blue-eye immortal king's primordial spirit and physical body. He sat cross-legged in the starry sky on the spot and directly refined the blue-eye immortal king's primordial spirit. As long as the quasi-immortal emperor was not here, Zhou Tong was invincible. He didn't care about the strength of these immortal kings at all, nor was he afraid of being besieged by the immortal kings of this world. How arrogant! Damn it, he actually completely disregarded the experts of my world. When the foreign immortal kings saw this, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. They were incomparably furious, but no one dared to take action. It was because the last two moves Zhou Tong used completely exceeded the imaginations of these immortal kings. That streak of light on the surface of his body, could it be that it is a power that surpasses the king level? Many immortal kings stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, their eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. The realm above the king level, for them, was just a guess. However, in front of them, there was someone who was extremely likely to be above the king level. He has touched upon the emperor realm, but he hasn't truly reached it. This person is already not someone this world can deal with. Even the divine artifact bestowed by the Great One might not be able to completely kill him, because he seems to have this kind of divine artifact in his hand. We can only go out and ask for help, let those monsters take action. In the starry sky, a pitch-black immortal king looked at Zhou Tong from afar, and then turned around to leave. Chapter 1105. Above the North Sea, the earth-shaking battle was still ongoing. The Azure Tharch and Prince Tion's clones were incomparably ferocious, rampaging through the many true immortals. Although they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, their fighting spirit was not extinguished. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Although there were some dangers, they could still deal with it. In fact, one of the true immortals had already fallen in their hand. Moreover, even if there were occasional attacks that were beyond their ability to deal with, Prince Tion's clone had the lunar shadow devil blade that Zhou Tong gave him, which was enough to deal with it. Therefore, the more they fought, the smoother they became. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became. This was how battles were. After discovering that they had a truly invincible trump card, they could completely let go of everything and go all out. They could even comprehend the Tao in battle and advance in battle. The foreign realm of this era is far inferior to the foreign realm of the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era. At least in terms of fighting spirit and bloodthirst, they are far inferior. Zhou Tong glanced over and thought to himself. However, Zhou Tong also understood that this was a normal thing. The foreign realm of the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era was a battle that resulted in the glory of their world, the warlike nature of their world, and the bloodthirsty nature of their world. But what about the foreign realm of today? It was just a reconstruction of more than 500,000 years ago. How could they have the time to form such a foundation and tradition? Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhou Tong had come here not long ago to fight and directly killed 13 immortal kings. Even if the Dark Camp had the intention to cultivate their fighting spirit and bloodthirst, they had returned to their original state after this battle. Speaking of which, if we can eliminate the dark matter that pollutes the system, we can use this world as a training ground. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, since the Azure Arch and the others are fine, let me see how much you know. How much do you know that immortal King Cloud Mirror doesn't? Zhou Tong continued to refine the soul of the blue-eyed immortal king. He did not look at his great Tao first. Instead, he wanted to find some information that he did not know before from his memories. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. Facing the dark faction with the support of immortal emperors, information was the most important thing. He began soul-searching and immediately, a series of memories appeared. Just like Cloud Mirror Immortal King, this Blue-Eye Immortal King also came from the Soul River. However, the two of them didn't have a good relationship. This was also the reason why Zhou Tong had targeted him. This was because, if they had a good relationship, a lot of information would be exchanged. However, if they had a bad relationship, it was very likely that they would know a lot of information that the other party did not know. So the other two are the most important ones? Yun Jian and him, were they just hired thugs? The other two were the ones who really knew the key information? Are they also responsible for contacting other people? Who are the others? Ancient Hell? Someone from the Celestial Emperor Burial Pit? Oh, there seems to be a group of monsters coming out as well? Could it be those geniuses who were transformed after falling into the Soul River? Or a monster bred from the blood of a quasi-immortal emperor? Zhou Tong remembered that during the ancient Chaos era, Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yu, and Emperor Grand, who had been killed by Emperor Huang, had used their quasi-immortal emperor blood to breed a group of extremely powerful monsters. Those monsters were not weaker than Emperor Light Immortal King. I see. The most important person wields a quasi-immortal emperor weapon. That person is in the starry sky. So he's the leader of these immortal kings in the Soul River. After soul-searching, Zhou Tong gradually learned a lot of things that he did not know before. This person did indeed know a lot of information that Cloud Mirror Immortal King did not know. Of course, Zhou Tong did not touch on the secrets of the Soul River. Because of Cloud Mirror Immortal King's experience, he knew that these people's souls had restrictions. If he touched on the most important information, he would definitely trigger the restrictions of the Soul River. Therefore, Zhou Tong deliberately avoided those things when he soul-searched. He only searched for information outside the core area. Information was like a net. As long as he knew enough and had enough information about the Soul River would naturally appear bit by bit. That's it for now. Since there's still a group of monsters, it's not suitable for Emperor Qing and the others to stay here. We have to leave. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the sky above the North Sea. Emperor Qing and Prince Tian's clones were still fighting. Boom! In the terrifying light beam, the North Sea burned again. This part of the sea turned into a sea of fire. The stars in the sky fell, and all the stars exploded and burned fiercely. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The battle between true immortals almost made the entire North Sea a thing of the past. One could see that there were already 4 corpses of true immortals floating in the burning sea. Because they were true immortals, their bodies were difficult to decay, so they were not burned to death by the flames. It's about time to leave. Zhou Tong's voice instantly entered the ears of Emperor Qing and Prince Tian's clones, causing their excited battle intent to pause. Good chance. The true immortals besieging them were all overjoyed. They took advantage of the moment when they were distracted to attack. The void exploded, and the great Tao rumbled. Terrifying attacks covered the sky and earth. Boom! However, in the next moment, a violent wind appeared, and a terrifying aura appeared. Zhou Tong's figure appeared beside Emperor Qing and the others. He grabbed at the air, and all the attacks were destroyed. The remaining 7 true immortals were all caught at the same time. It was as simple as an eagle catching a chicken. You're leaving now? So soon? Emperor Qing looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. He was not done fighting yet. After so many years, this was the first time he felt the thrill of battle. That kind of tension was something he missed very much. The battle blood that had been dormant for a long time was reignited. There's not enough time. If this continues and their trump cards come, I won't be able to protect you. Zhou Tong did not say much. He directly disappeared from the North Sea with the corpses of the true immortals and the Emperor Qing and the others. Then, he cut open the space of the alien realm with a palm and brought them directly to the chaos outside the alien realm. Since he knew the existence of that group of monsters, Zhou Tong naturally would not continue to stay here foolishly. Logically speaking, since Zhou Tong chose the starry sky as the battlefield, the leader of that group of people who had been staying in the starry sky should have appeared. Moreover, he had a quasi-immortal emperor-level weapon in his hand, so he should not be scared by the light of the quasi-immortal emperor level. However, he did not appear. Therefore, the result was obvious. This person wanted to play it safe. He definitely wanted to bring a group of super-powerful monsters to ambush him. If a group of monsters strengthened by the blood of the quasi-immortal emperor level appeared here, although Zhou Tong was confident that he could escape, Emperor Qing would not be saved. Chapter 1106. After leaving the foreign realm, Zhou Tong casually opened up a small world in the primal chaos, then brought the Azure Arch and Prince Tian's clones into it. After setting up some formations, he immediately took out his spoils of war, the corpses of true immortals and immortal kings. Retreating in such a hurry, did something appear in that world that even you can't deal with? What is their trump card? The Azure Arch asked. Their trump card is probably a group of immortal kings not weaker than me. Zhou Tong casually said, however, let's not talk about this now. I'll give these corpses to you. I also want to see if the cultivation system of this inner world is as I expected. First was the 4 true immortals killed by the Azure Arch and Prince Tian's clones. Zhou Tong used a purification method to completely purify the dark matter on these 4 corpses. Next, the Azure Arch and Prince Tian transformed into 2 immortal corpses each. Both of them kept these 2 immortal corpses into their inner world. At this time, Zhou Tong immediately connected with Prince Tian's clones. Their minds were connected, and he carefully observed all the changes in his inner world. As soon as the 2 immortal corpses entered the inner world of Prince Tian's clones, there was a loud boom. The blood and bones of these 2 corpses shone at the same time, and a part of them was ignited, burning intensely. Tao assimilation. These 2 corpses were Tao assimilation, becoming a part of the laws of this inner world, completely merging into this part of the universe. Boom! The 2 corpses suddenly exploded, and blood dyed the starry sky. Even their life-bound weapons exploded at the same time. Countless corpses and weapon fragments flew to various parts of the inner world, emitting a blazing light, burning fiercely, and returning to this part of the world. The 2 true immortals were completely obliterated, completely Tao assimilation, and absorbed by the laws of heaven and earth of the inner world. Even their life-bound weapons burned, and all their essence returned to the inner world. At the same time, light blue and crimson rays of light flowed through the void. One could see strands of roots emerging from the void, freely absorbing the great Tao laws left behind by the two true immortals after they transformed into the Tao. At the same time, a blue ancient tree appeared from the void. This ancient tree was entirely azure, and there were strands of crimson light flowing on its body. This was the quasi-world tree in Prince Tian's incarnation. Now, after absorbing the great Tao laws and power of the two true immortal corpses, this ancient tree's aura became even more astonishing. Its entire body swirled with multicolored light, especially the scarlet multicolored light that became even more resplendent. It was about to overshadow the azure color of its body. At the same time, it was surrounded by a galaxy of stars, and each of its leaves was supporting a star. It's not a real star yet. It's still in the process of being nurtured. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Only by making the stars completely real could the tree remove the word quasi and become a real world tree. However, it can be considered as accelerated growth. Zhou Tong swept his gaze across and looked at the other regions of the inner world. He could see that there were other immortal gold mines in the inner world. Previously, this world only had a very monotonous phoenix blood-red gold mine. But now, after fusing with the immortal gold used by the two true immortals to forge weapons, this world had two more immortal gold veins, the eternal blue gold and the 5 elements immortal gold. Of course, the quantity of these two immortal gold veins could not be compared to the phoenix blood-red gold. The difference was too great. However, Zhou Tong was not interested in these things. He did not lack such immortal materials now. What he lacked was the immortal gold that he had never seen before. He wanted to gather all the immortal gold and create the all-elemental immortal gold that was known as indestructible. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Prince Tian's incarnation was still in a state of cultivation. He was comprehending the great Tao laws of the two true immortals and digesting the results of this time. Then, he looked at the lotus tharch. The lotus tharch was also cultivating with his eyes closed. His inner world had also absorbed everything from the two true immortals, and it had grown considerably. Even his aura had changed, and it had become even stronger. It's almost the aura of Yi Fan the Seventh. It's not far from the mortal dust immortal, Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the lotus tharch. In fact, the inner world's cultivation system did not have much to worry about. This was because their inner worlds could produce strands of immortal materials. Although these immortal materials were not enough for their own consumption, it was not a problem to extend their lifespan by 10 times. With this standard, they were already very close to becoming immortals. However, this kind of immortal was actually just taking advantage of the system. In terms of great Tao comprehension and battle strength, they were far inferior to the true mortal dust immortal. Fine, I'll continue my seclusion this time. I want to dig out more things from the depths of this immortal king's memories, whether it's his great Tao, memories, or secrets. Zhou Tong took out the tyrant bell and continued to refine the blue-eyed immortal king's primordial spirit and memories. Previously, when he was still in the outer realm, although Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged to refine, he still had to take care of the lotus tharch and Prince Tian's incarnations. Therefore, he only took a rough look at the blue-eyed immortal king's memories. As for his great Tao, he did not have any understanding at all. But now, after calming down, Zhou Tong began to break down the great Tao laws in the blue-eyed immortal king's body. This immortal king cultivated the sword Tao, able to cultivate to the immortal king realm. His sword Tao was not inferior to the grass symbol sword art, immortal tribulation sword art, or chaos calming art in the slightest. It is a bit similar to the immortal tribulation sword art, but it is different from the immortal tribulation sword art. This is a type of sword art that symbolizes emotions, using emotions as a sword. I have never seen this type of sword art before. It is a bit interesting. The more Zhou Tong broke down the great Tao laws in the blue-eyed immortal king's body, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this type of great Tao was profound. This type of Tao took a different path from his own, could be considered to have made up for a small weakness in his sword Tao. Sword Tao, perfect for trying to merge the three great sword arts. Zhou Tong immediately compared the blue-eyed Immortal King's sword art with the grass symbol sword art, Immortal Tribulation sword art, and Chaos Calming art. He wanted to master these unmatched sword arts through a comprehensive study, completely sublimate them into a sword art that belonged to him alone. Speaking of which, the Destruction Sword Tao my heavenly horned ant true fate comprehended in Coiling Dragon World can actually be merged into this as well. Moreover, Coiling Dragon World's cutting natural law system can merge the three great sword arts even better. Zhou Tong's mind moved, immediately connecting with his heavenly horned ant true fate. Wonglong. Immediately, tremendous sword Tao comprehension surged in his mind. At the same time, Zhou Tong also looked at these three great sword arts from a completely new perspective, inwardly producing a type of different feeling. Together with this type of comprehension, the grass symbol sword art, Immortal Tribulation sword art, and Chaos Calming art's great Tao symbols began to slowly break down, turning into streaks and then merging in Zhou Tong's mind. The figure of an unmatched sword art began to appear. Chapter 1107. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. At this time, the Lotus Tharch and Prince Tian's clones had completely digested the Tao and power of the two perfected immortals. Zhou Tong had also roughly created an embryonic form of the sword technique that he needed. This was a supreme sword technique that combined the advantages of the three major sword techniques. Even though it was only a prototype, its power was no weaker than any of the three major sword techniques. How is it? Do you feel anything? How much progress have you made? Zhou Tong looked at the Lotus Tharch and asked. I was wrong previously. The true inner world cultivation path does not require my own Tao. The Lotus Tharch pondered for a while and then shook his head. His eyes were much deeper. You don't need your own Tao. It seems like you have found the most mysterious core of this system. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. The great Tao is impartial, and the heavenly Tao has no relatives. If a world is biased, it will not be beneficial to its growth. The Lotus Tharch did not say much, but he explained the path of the inner world cultivation system very clearly. The inner world cultivation system was not like the heaven shrouding art, where one had to find their own Tao, have their own scriptures, forbidden areas, and so on. On the contrary, if one had these things, it would not be beneficial to the growth of the inner world. This was because a world could not have its own preferences and biases. The heavenly Tao has no relatives, was used to describe the world. Only by doing this would the inner world be able to thrive. This cultivation system was the most inclusive cultivation system. It could accommodate any great Tao law. If one were to use the heaven shrouding technique to describe people who cultivated this kind of inner world cultivation system, then the inner world cultivation system also had a forbidden domain, and the forbidden domain of this system was myriad Tao controlling, which could unleash the full power of other people's forbidden domains. The heaven shrouding art cultivated the small world of the human body, while the inner world cultivation method cultivated the large world of the outside world. In the later stages, one could even use the large world to encompass the small world. After comprehending to this level, you are not far from the mortal immortal realm or even the immortal king realm. What you lack is just the number of great Tao profundities. Zhou Tong nodded. However, I finally understand why you held so many enlightenment tea banquets. You're stealing the Tao of the eternal prodigies. The Lotus Tharch took a deep look at Zhou Tong. After understanding this, the Lotus Tharch recalled many of Zhou Tong's actions and immediately guessed the deeper meaning behind them. Wasn't he trying to steal the way of the favored one to strengthen his inner world? So you've also secretly cultivated this system. However, it seems like you didn't completely abandon your previous cultivation and switch to another one. Instead, you're cultivating it on the side? Could it be that your sixth secret realm is the entire world? The Lotus Tharch suddenly looked at Zhou Tong. Thinking about how No Beginning wanted to use the entire Golden Pill's nascent soul system as his sixth mystic realm, the Lotus Tharch felt that Zhou Tong's sixth mystic realm was an entire world. With an entire world as his mystic realm, his potential was naturally limitless. You've already given up on the 5 major mystic realms. Why ask so many questions? Zhou Tong smiled. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, it's about time now. We should go back and take a look. Since you've already comprehended this level, the ultimate Dharma creation tribulation should be coming soon. Zhou Tong looked at the Lotus Tharch. If I give you another perfected immortal corpse, you should be able to successfully trigger the last level of Dharma creation tribulation. Dharma creation tribulation. That's right. I should be ready. The Lotus Tharch pondered for a while. He was somewhat excited. He had seen Zhou Tong's 100-year Dharma creation tribulation. He knew that the true fate of Mole Cricket must have benefited greatly from this Dharma creation tribulation. Alright, let's go back, Zhou Tong said. Then, he brought the Lotus Tharch and the true fate of the Heavenly Emperor back to Jyotian City. After returning, Zhou Tong immediately provided 2 perfected immortal corpses with dark matter essence for them to absorb and refine at the edge of the universe and slowly comprehend. Speaking of which, it's time for my divine realm to be strengthened again. Zhou Tong took out the remaining 5 perfected immortal corpses at the same time. After purifying the dark matter, Zhou Tong immediately started to refine the 5 perfected immortal corpses. Rumble! Heaven and earth roared. The 5 perfected immortal corpses surrounded the periphery of the divine realm in 5 directions. Then, their bodies rapidly expanded. Accompanied by immortal light and heavenly sounds, the expanding corpses began to change slowly. The heads of the 5 corpses transformed into 5 tall mountains the size of stars. Tao sounds rumbled in those mountains, and spiritual energy was abundant. There were even wisps of multicolored light lingering in the air. That place had transformed into the most mysterious holy land of cultivation in the world. Then, the other parts of the corpses also began to evolve. The 5 spines turned into 5 dragon veins under the ground. The dragon heads were raised high, facing the 5 mountains formed by the 5 heads. The internal organs melted and turned into the 5 elements qi to replenish the continent. The bones were buried deep underground and turned into mineral veins on the continent. On this day, the changes in the divine realm caused everyone in the universe to sense it. This was because the great Tao of perfected immortals spread out in all directions, shocking the world. What was even more terrifying was that many cultivators could sense the existence of immortal substances that could extend their lives. What a big move! He killed 5 perfected immortals in a row and then refined their corpses into a continent? Yi Fan and the others also looked in the direction of the divine realm. There was a hint of shock in their eyes. They could naturally tell that the expanding divine realm was clearly because of the 5 perfected immortal corpses. 5 perfected immortals. I don't know how much the divine realm will grow after refining their corpses. Yi Fan was a little emotional. The Big Dipper's eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, southern mountains, and Zhongzhou were formed from the Chaos Body's corpses. The divine realm and heavenly soldier's ancient star were formed from Lingbao Tianzuan's corpses. If the corpses of supremes could turn into such a terrifying continent, then what about the corpses of perfected immortals? The corpses of 5 perfected immortals were unimaginable. No one knew how much the divine realm would expand. But Zhou Tong, what are you trying to do? Yi Fan was a little confused. Are you trying to turn the entire world into a world where the sky is square and the earth is square? Is the divine realm like this? But how many perfected immortals do you want to kill for such a huge continent? Or even immortal kings? Rumble! The divine realm was still expanding. The corpses of the 5 perfected immortals were still slowly transforming into continents, becoming one with the original continents of the divine realm. Tao sounds rumbled. As the continents transformed, the perfected immortals' corpses gradually became a part of nature. Finally, after a whole year, the corpses of the 5 perfected immortals were considered to have completely integrated into the divine realm. The current divine realm's continent had already spread to the entire star field. A continent as huge as a star field. This was a continent that had never been so huge since the chaotic ancient era. The current divine realm already had some of the grandeur of the immortal ancient era's 9 heavens, 10 earths. Chapter 1108. After a year of refinement, it has finally been completed. The current divine realm can be considered to have a bit of a foundation. Zhou Tong looked at the divine realm he reformed and nodded. The current divine realm already had a bit of the feeling of the 9 heavens, 10 earth. It was vast and boundless, comparable to several star fields continents floating in the sea of stars. In the past, immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era's 9 heavens, 10 earths had the continent plus sea of stars model. It wasn't just the 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal domain, and the other side also had this model. However, in the Battle of Immortal Ancients' last phase, the 9 heavens, 10 earths were greatly damaged, large amounts of continents collapsing. Later on, during the chaotic ancient era's Heavenly Emperor era, this world was even more damaged, the continents completely disappearing. That was why cultivators could only survive in the sea of stars. The existence of these supercontinents brought stability to the entire world. The more powerful and vast the continent was, the more stable the entire world would be, because the continent represented weight. This type of stability and weight was reflected in the continent's space. When one cultivated the heaven-covering technique to the life spring realm, they could fly. However, on this new divine realm floating continent, only those at the Tao Palace realm could fly. This was the stability of space. Zhou Tong's own 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was like this. His 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was completely different from the current 9 heavens, 10 earth. There wasn't much sea of stars, almost all land, vast and endless land. It was also because of this that the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was extremely stable, so it didn't immediately collapse after withstanding the 3 layers of the primordial space. When the 3 layers of the primordial space advance a step further and completely merge into my 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, my 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring will truly form the continent plus sea of stars model. Zhou Tong looked at his 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, revealing a satisfied expression. Even though the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring hadn't completely recovered, it seemed like the crisis had already been completely resolved. It was because they were now in a type of deadlock state. During this period of time, not only did his cultivation grow, not only did he find the Lightning Emperor's true fate, it was also the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate that worked hard. During these tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate had always been working hard to refine the 3 layers of the universe's divine realm into the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. Now that there were initial results, the entire 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring stability, As long as the deity world is completely refined into my body, my 10 Paradise Divine Ring will be able to reverse. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the interior of the 10 Heavens Divine Ring. The God world had already shrunk by half. According to Zhou Tong's prediction, the 10 Paradise Divine Ring would reverse as the 3 layers of the universe were refined. From the initial collapse to the current stalemate, it would recover and reverse. and the key to the reversal lay in the divine realm of the three-layered universe. The God world was the most important layer of the three-layered universe. It was also the core that stabilized and controlled millions of universes. As long as it was refined, the remaining millions of universes would be easy to refine and absorb. Moreover, as long as the 10 heavenly passage divine ring began to reverse, the heavenly horned ant true will wouldn't have to waste so much effort on suppressing the cosmos, instead able to take action with full force. By then, the refining speed of the universe would be even faster. Right now there are two key issues. First, I need to completely perfect the divine sovereign scripture and cultivate the 10th true fate. Second, I need to take it a step further and integrate the Lightning Emperor's true fate into the 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong thought to himself. It wasn't that he didn't think of sending another true fate to another world and bring back a brand new cultivation system. Perhaps if the cultivation system was strong enough, it might even allow his cultivation to increase explosively, directly completing the 6th secret realm by more than half. However, the current Zhou Tong didn't dare to do so. It was because he didn't know what kind of world he would find, nor did he know what the time ratio was between that world and his own world. What if only 1 or 2 years passed here, while millions and millions of years passed in the other world? What if the true fate he sent out brought back a terrifying universe comparable to the three-layered universe in just a few years? Wouldn't his 10 heavenly passage divine ring instantly explode? At the very least, he would have to wait until his 10 heavenly passage divine ring started to reverse before he could send out another true fate. If he wanted to be safe, he would have to wait until his 10 heavenly passage divine ring completely digested the three-layered universe before he could send out another true fate. The problem of the Lightning Emperor's true fate can be put aside for now. The most important thing now is the divine sovereign scripture. Zhou Tong made up his mind. In fact, Zhou Tong had already solved most of the problems with the divine sovereign scripture. However, he always felt that the scripture wasn't perfect enough, so he didn't dare to continue cultivating it. I've already studied everything that I can. The scripture that I created is already perfect, but to completely perfect it, it's still not enough. Speaking of which, it's been so long. It's time for you to see the light of day again. Zhou Tong pondered for a while before taking out an item. It was a stone coffin that wasn't even the size of a palm, only 4 fingers wide. Its style was simple and natural. There were blurry carvings on the coffin. If one looked closely, they would be able to see the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. This was the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. It was also the 9-layered coffin that contained the God Emperor. Back then, when Zhou Tong was still one of the 3 immortal kings, he obtained it from the altar of the Yuhua God dynasty's central continent ancestral temple. God Emperor, it's about time for you to come out. You have been sealed in the coffin for millions of years. Logically speaking, you should have succeeded in your nirvana transformation. At the very least, you shouldn't be a problem for the mortal-immortal realm. You should even be infinitely close to the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong's fingers stroked the patterns on the coffin as he said softly, I hope you have already transformed into an immortal king. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. He didn't doubt the talent and strength of the God Emperor. Among the ancient emperors of the past, the God Emperor of the Divine Silkworm Ridge was definitely the most special one. Especially according to the contents of the Divine Sovereign Scripture that Zhou Tong obtained, the God Emperor could already prove his Tao at the 9th transformation. As for the 10th transformation, the God Emperor had already reached an unprecedented level. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to Zhou Tong's second life. Especially in the future, the God Emperor was already at the 13th or 14th transformation. He could be considered a quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a spy in the Soul River, similar to the Yu ancestor during the immortal ancient Chaos era. At Zhou Tong's current realm, he didn't care about a second immortal king appearing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He even looked forward to the appearance of a second immortal king. Although Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Vicious were amazing, they were still weak. Even if they had some strange ideas, they were still inferior to the immortal kings. Even the weakest immortal king was stronger than them. The path of cultivation was like this. If there were existences with similar cultivation that could discuss with each other, they could definitely make great progress in their cultivation. Especially since Zhou Tong's most urgent task now was to completely perfect his own Divine Emperor Sutra. Who else was more suitable than the Divine Emperor to discuss with him? Chapter 1109. The mythical 9-layered coffin required fresh blood to open. Although Zhou Tong could easily break the restrictions on the coffin and open it by force, he was here to discuss Tao with the Divine Emperor. There was no need for him to use such a violent method to break in. He had been to the alien realm several times and already had a lot of genuine immortal's blood in his hands. Naturally, he could open the coffin easily. A drop of genuine immortal's blood dripped down. Suddenly, the 9-layered coffin cracked open with a crack. The first layer of the coffin was opened. The coffin inside was obviously one size smaller. It was also simple and natural with various blurry patterns engraved on it. But after all, it was the blood of a genuine immortal. Opening one layer of the coffin did not consume much energy. Crack! The coffin continued to open. The second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. The power of the genuine immortal's blood seeped into the 9-layered coffin continuously. Powerful waves surged violently, just like a burning flame. In just a few moments, 8 layers of the 9-layered coffin were opened. Only the last layer was left. This layer of coffin was only the size of a thumb. It was simple and plain, but it exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. A formless power surged like a tsunami. Opening the first 8 layers of coffins only consumed half a drop of genuine immortal's blood. Zhou Tong casually dripped the remaining half drop of blood on the last layer of coffin. Suddenly, crack! With a soft sound, a small crack appeared on the last layer of coffin. A majestic emperor aura came down from the crack like a vast ocean, boundless and endless, rushing straight at Zhou Tong. There was another world inside this thumb-sized coffin. It was like a vast world. The emperor aura inside was extremely terrifying. It was like a river of stars falling from the sky. It was boundless and without an end. However, Zhou Tong's eyes flickered slightly. It was as though time had passed. The vast and terrifying Emperor baleful qi instantly dissipated. Crack! Finally, a terrifying sound was heard. The last layer of the 9-layered coffin was finally opened. The coffin flipped over and fell to the side. Instantly, a strong wind blew. The sun and the moon trembled. The river of stars in the sky trembled. Zhou Tong's expression was calm. He uttered a word. Suppress. In an instant, all the Emperor Qi and Emperor Qi completely dissipated, leaving only the thumb-sized coffin floating quietly in front of Zhou Tong. From the surface of the coffin, one could see the turbulent chaos within. It was as if a brand new world was evolving, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The coffin slowly floated into the air, and then flipped over. Boom! With a loud bang, a humanoid creature fell out from the last layer of the sarcophagus. His body was shrouded in chaotic mist as he fell out of the sarcophagus and landed in front of Zhou Tong. This was a majestic man. He sat cross-legged in front of Zhou Tong, and the myriad Tao of the world was suppressed. "Divine Emperor, why haven't you woken up yet?" Zhou Tong asked, trying to wake the Divine Emperor up. His voice was not loud, but it contained a mysterious power. It was as if he was enlightened, causing the God King to open his eyes. Boom! In an instant, 9-colored celestial light erupted from the Divine Emperor's body. Then, it merged into a 10th color in the void. Accompanied by the vast 10-colored celestial light, a majestic aura surged. The Divine Emperor opened his eyes. The light was too dazzling, illuminating the 10-colored celestial light. The terrifying aura was like a vast ocean, boundless and terrifying. One could even vaguely see the light of the 11th color. He was undergoing nirvana, and he was about to succeed. Boom! A palm slapped toward Zhou Tong, bringing with it the 10-colored light. It was extremely dazzling as it rushed toward Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong raised his hand and met the attack with his palm. Clang! An earth-shattering sound erupted. It was grand and terrifying. Ripples of the great Tao spread out. If this was not the divine realm, and there were many formations and restrictions set up by Zhou Tong, everything would have been destroyed in this exchange. When the 10-colored celestial light faded and the chaotic mist dispersed, Zhou Tong and the Divine Emperor sat facing each other and did not attack again. As expected, he already has the battle prowess of a quasi-immortal king. Moreover, he is not far from that immortal king. After the end of the 11th transformation, he will immediately become an immortal king. In one exchange, Zhou Tong had already estimated the weight of the God Emperor. "Who are you? Why did you disturb my sleep?" Opposite him, the Divine Emperor finally spoke. The God King's body flowed with multicolored light. His body contained a mysterious and unfathomable power. However, one could see that it was difficult for him to move because there seemed to be a layer of silk wrapping around his body. His body was still shrouded in the immortal mist. He was still transforming and had not stopped. Zhou Tong naturally saw that the Divine Emperor had not completely completed the 11th transformation. Once he completed it, he would become an immortal king. "My name is Zhou Tong. I didn't intentionally disturb fellow Taoists this time. In fact, I have a pretty good relationship with the divine silkworm ridge that fellow Taoist inherited. I woke fellow Taoist up this time for the sake of discussing the Tao," said Zhou Tong. "Discuss Tao?" The Divine Emperor looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. He also had a look of fear because the previous collision was already the greatest power he could muster, but he could not do anything to the person in front of him. Moreover, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. This aura gave him a strong sense of threat. "I came with good intentions." Zhou Tong looked at the silk-like layer on the surface of the Divine Emperor's body and continued, "I know that you have not completed the 11th transformation. Maybe I can help you." "What did you say? Help me?" The Divine Emperor's eyes emitted a brilliant immortal light. He was a little surprised and doubtful, but at the same time, he also had some hope and some fear. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "No need to show such an expression. I told you earlier that I have a good relationship with the lineage of the divine silkworm ridge. In the early years, I also studied the scriptures you left behind and benefited a lot from them. However, although fellow Taoist's 10th transformation is world-shaking, in my opinion, there are some other ways. I would like to hear the details." The Divine Emperor was slightly relieved and immediately said, "Your 10th transformation is a fusion of the previous 9 transformations. Although it has surpassed the past and reached an unprecedented height, there is still a possibility that you can create a brand new 10th transformation just like the previous 9 transformations." Zhou Tong explained some of his insights into the 10th transformation to the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor's eyes immediately lit up, but his expression also changed after hearing Zhou Tong's explanation. Surprise, disappointment, doubt. All kinds of expressions emerged on the Divine Emperor's face. Zhou Tong's 10th transformation was completely different from his own. Many of the changes made the Divine Emperor's eyes light up. However, this was followed by even more doubts and confusion. Chapter 11:10. After a long time, the Divine King said, "Fellow Taoist, your 10th transformation is amazing and has surpassed the previous limits. Unfortunately, it is not complete?" "Yes, it is not complete. After all, I am not from the divine silkworm race, so there are many subtleties that I have yet to comprehend. Please enlighten me." Zhou Tong said. "How can I teach you when you have already comprehended to this level?" The Divine King shook his head. "However, your 10th transformation has indeed benefited me a lot. I will also talk about my 11th transformation. Even though it is not complete, it might be useful to you. Back then, my life was about to end, so I had no choice but to walk on the path of life and death." The Divine King then began to talk about the technique he created. Zhou Tong listened attentively. This was because this was a completely new cultivation method that surpassed the 10 transformations of the God Emperor. So this is the Divine King's technique. No wonder he wanted to bury himself in the coffin to transform. No wonder his coffin contained so much evil emperor and corpse chi. The content of the 11th transformation is very similar to the immortality art of the immortal emperor. He must have studied the soul pond left behind by the immortal emperor after his transformation. To a certain extent, this content is more similar to the breakthrough method of the immortal realm's Little Stone King. With Zhou Tong's cultivation base, he was able to comprehend most of the contents of the God Emperor 11 transformations while the God Emperor was talking. The first 9 transformations of the Divine Emperor Sutra represented the transformations of the 9 supreme immortal birds and divine beasts. Each transformation corresponded to the great way of the corresponding divine beast. The 10th transformation represented a kind of mastery. After he mastered the first 9 transformations, the 10th transformation was produced. The 11th transformation was a further transformation based on the previous foundation. This was a transformation from the real to the illusory. If one had to give this transformation a name, it should be called the life and death transformation. The first 10 transformations were real transformations. It was clear that one had become a living being. However, from the 11th transformation onwards, his scripture moved towards the illusory direction. It changed from a real living being to a conceptual transformation. This transformation belonged to the Tao transformation. Back then, the Divine King created this initial transformation when his lifespan was about to end. The reason why his transformation was similar to the transformation of the immortal emperor was because they both allowed their bodies to decay and took a brand new step with their souls. The divine soul pond left behind by the immortal emperor was the result of the transformation of his soul, and the devil mist he left behind was the result of the decay of his body. In the same way, in the coffin of the divine emperor, the monarch-killing intent and corpse chi that could destroy the world were also the products of his decaying body. They were similar to the devil mist of the immortal emperor. The reason why his transformation was similar to the Little Stone Emperor's breakthrough method was because this method gave birth to a strand of vitality that was not easy to obtain when one was at the peak of death. It was this strand of life force that pushed him to undergo the next transformation. Because of this, he continued to maintain his life force in the coffin for countless years and continued to transform. Moreover, his breakthrough method was the same as the Little Stone Emperor's breakthrough method. They had one thing in common, and that was that it took an extremely long time. The Little Stone Emperor sought life in death and was reborn after countless years. It was the same for the Divine Emperor. He had been lying in the coffin for millions of years and had not successfully broken through until now. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his mouth and praised, "The peak of death is life, and the peak of life is death." My fellow Taoists' understanding of the way of life and death is admirable. However, there seems to be some divergence in the most critical areas. Zhou Tong immediately pointed out a few key points in the Divine Emperor's scripture and pointed out the errors in these points. As Zhou Tong pointed it out, the Divine Emperor's expression became more and more joyful. He quickly nodded and said, "My fellow Taoist is right. There are indeed some problems in these areas. Thank you for your guidance." There were indeed some problems with his own transformation, but he himself had not discovered it. Perhaps in the countless years to come, he would discover the source of the problem. However, now that someone had directly pointed out the problem, it meant that it was very likely that he would achieve perfection in advance. However, my technique is very different from fellow Taoists' 10th transformation. My 11th transformation is the void transformation, but your transformation is still the true transformation. Now I will tell you in detail some of my state of mind and thoughts when I created this scripture. The Divine Emperor returned the favor. He also knew what Zhou Tong wanted. The Divine Emperor spoke very carefully. It was also an opportunity for him to review his own cultivation path. Zhou Tong listened quietly and occasionally spoke up to discuss with the Divine Emperor. Both of them were proficient in the cultivation method of the Divine Silkworm clan. The Divine Emperor was the founder of this method, and Zhou Tong also walked a completely different path based on this method. The two of them collided and soon aroused new sparks. Countless inspirations surged in their hearts. With the discussion, Zhou Tong's Divine Emperor scripture became more and more complete. Many of the contents were completely perfected. Even the 11th transformation, which combined all the changes of the 10 vicious, vaguely appeared. On the other side, the Divine Emperor's 11th transformation was also more and more perfect during the discussion. One could even vaguely see dazzling immortal light radiating from the Divine Emperor. He seemed to be breaking out of his cocoon and reaching a whole new level. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Boom! Suddenly, the explosive sound of a thunder tribulation shook the entire universe. An incomparably terrifying thunder tribulation descended. The desolate universe was dazzling. Is someone proving the Tao again? The Divine Emperor, who was discussing the Tao with Zhou Tong, suddenly turned to look at the desolate universe. But soon, his expression changed slightly. No, it's not a great Emperor tribulation. What is this terrifying tribulation? Zhou Tong looked at the desolate universe. The people transcending the tribulation were the Azure Arch and Zhou Tong's Prince Tian incarnation. He said leisurely, "It's a Dharma creation tribulation." Dharma creation tribulation? What's that? The Divine Emperor was confused. Dharma creation was beyond his imagination. Zhou Tong roughly explained to him what a Dharma creation tribulation was. The person transcending the tribulation is the son of the Azure Lotus Divine Medicine and the Immortal Emperor? When the Divine Emperor was on the throne, the Azure Arch had not yet been born. At that time, it was only the Azure Lotus Divine Medicine. However, when he was on the throne, the Immortal Emperor had already appeared. That was why he recognized Prince Tian's aura. Amazing! It's actually another system. The Divine Emperor exclaimed. I started this system. They just went one step further and walked through it. That's why this level of Dharma creation tribulation was triggered. Zhou Tong said, "If I'm not wrong, this Dharma creation tribulation might last for 100 years. If the two of them work together, it won't be a problem." The most difficult part of the Dharma creation tribulation was that it lasted for too long. Fortunately, both the Azure Arch, who was transformed from the Immortal Divine Medicine, and Prince Tian, who was in the body of a phoenix, were full of vitality. They were best at protracted battles. Chapter 11:11. The Azure Arch and Prince Tian's incarnations passed through the Dharma creation tribulation easily. The Dharma creation tribulation was very difficult for one person, but when there were many Dharma creators, the chances of success increased greatly. Of course, when there were many people, the fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation was divided equally among many people. After the Dharma creation tribulation dissipated, Zhou Tong and the Divine Emperor turned their attention to the Divine Silkworm's transformation. They continued to discuss and discuss. 3,000 years after Zhou Tong opened the Divine Emperor's coffin, crack! The special silk substance on the Divine Emperor's body suddenly cracked, and an 11-colored immortal light seeped out of the cracks. A strong pressure instantly bloomed from the Divine Emperor's body. "Fellow Taoist, are you ready to break through?" Zhou Tong asked the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Without you, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for me to take this unprecedented step. Now, not only have I perfected the 11 transformations, but I've also created the 12 transformations. My 11 transformations should be called the Death Transformation. As for the Life Transformation, that should be the content of the 12 transformations. The 11 transformations and the 12 transformations are called the Life and Death Transformation." As the Divine Emperor spoke, the silk-like substance on his body cracked even more. Chi! In the next moment, the Divine Emperor soared into the sky with the 11-colored immortal light, crossing the universe's starry sky. Ah, the immortal light has come and crossed the sky. Is the gate of immortality about to open? Is the path of immortality about to open again? 11-colored immortal light? Why do I feel that 10 of the colors are very familiar? This feeling is familiar. This aura, it's a bit like the people from the Divine Silkworm Ridge? Exclamations sounded, and the world was shocked. In the universe, every expert and cultivator who had reached the great saint realm could sense it and looked up at the firmament. Then, all sides were shaken, and everyone under the heavens was shocked. The immortal light crosses the universe. The transformation is complete. It's time for the Immortal King tribulation. Zhou Tong knew very well what would happen next. Boom! As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, endless runes of the great Tao descended from all directions. Most of the runes came from the outside and landed on the godly emperor's body. After tens of thousands of years, another Immortal King tribulation had descended upon this realm. The terrifying Great Tribulation of heaven and earth descended. The past and present, as long as it had appeared in history, the endless great Tao principles and the order of heaven and earth began to judge the Divine Emperor. That's the Immortal King tribulation? Did someone transcend the tribulation again? Who is it? Yi Fan, No Beginning, Green Tharch, and Ruthless Tharch all looked at the outskirts of the universe in shock. They simply couldn't imagine who in the universe had the qualifications to transcend the Immortal King tribulation. Logically speaking, all the experts in the universe were in their eyes. They should know all of their backgrounds. How could an unfamiliar expert suddenly appear and undergo the Immortal King Great Tribulation so abruptly? Pooh! The moment the great calamity descended, the God Emperor cracked open on the spot. Waves of blood essence unique to the God Silkworm race permeated the entire universe's starry sky. Countless people instantly understood the identity of the person undergoing the calamity. Divine Emperor? It was actually him? He actually didn't die? And he actually cultivated to such a level? Yi Fan, No Beginning, Ruthless Tharch, and the others instantly understood the identity of the person undergoing the calamity. Looks like the Divine Emperor has been hiding in some unknown place for countless years to transform. Green Tharch thought to himself. In the Divine Realm, Yen Ruyu was also awakened by the aura of the Immortal King tribulation. She took a step forward and came to Zhou Tong's side. It's the Divine Emperor? Could it be that he's been hiding somewhere to transform all this time? Yen Ryu looked at Zhou Tong with some worry. In the past, Zhou Tong was the only immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Now that there was another immortal king, the situation might change. Don't worry. Back then, when I was still the three immortal kings, I found the divine emperor's coffin. I've always carried it with me. I only released it now. Zhou Tong indicated that there was no need for Yen Ruyu to be overly worried. However, compared to Yen Ruyu and the others' astonishment, the god Silkworm Ridge lineage was the most shocked. They couldn't imagine that the ancient ancestor, whom they had always thought to be dead, was actually still alive. This was simply too crazy. It subverted their understanding. Most importantly, this great tribulation was clearly the immortal king tribulation that the celestial tyrant Tharch had once undergone. This universe was about to welcome a second immortal king, the divine emperor. At this moment, in the universe, the immortal king tribulation was still ongoing. The test of the divine emperor's physical body had already ended. Following that, it was the interrogation of the primordial spirit. Endless great Tao laws descended, and beams of light pierced his head. The immortal king tribulation was unavoidable. The person undergoing the tribulation had to endure the devastation of the great tribulation. The beams of great Tao light struck the divine emperor until his entire body trembled. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his skull cracked, and his primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of being scattered. However, the divine emperor's millions of years of accumulation was no small matter. He forcibly withstood the tribulation. Several days later, the monstrous fluctuations finally disappeared. The divine emperor had successfully transcended the tribulation and became the second immortal king in this realm after Zhou Tong. The second immortal king has also been born. The recovery of this realm is about to take another important step forward, Zhou Tong said. He could feel that the legacy of the birth of the immortal king was returning to the living beings of this realm. This realm would become more and more prosperous, and there would be more and more geniuses. The World Tree is the most important thing. Zhou Tong looked internally at his 10 heavens divine ring and felt a little regretful. Zhou Tong had hoped that the World Tree inside his 10 heavens divine ring could nurture a World Tree sapling and then hand it over to Jiutian Shidi to officially become this realm's World Tree. However, now that his 10 heavens divine ring was damaged, the World Tree could not take care of anything else, let alone divert its energy to nurture a new World Tree. Since the 10 heavens divine ring's World Tree can't be used, I'll use the World Tree inside Prince Tian's body to nurture it. If I don't make a move soon, some of the spirit roots in this realm will slowly evolve into World Trees on their own, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Zhou Tong wanted the entire Jiutian Shidi to maintain its strong competitiveness, but he also wanted the entire world to recover and return to its former glory. Therefore, he had to do something to the World Tree to limit the lifespan of the great emperor. Otherwise, without such a harsh environment, the future great emperor would be like those trash supreme beings from the chaotic ancient era that Yi Fan regarded as inferior to pigs. Looks like I have to find a chance to make a trip to the other realm. At the very least, I have to get an immortal king's corpse for Prince Tian's incarnation to absorb. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, it might not be the other realm. There are also dark immortal kings in other places. The other realm has been invaded by me twice in a row, so they might have already made preparations. If I go again, I might have to face the siege of those monsters. Chapter 11-12. The Divine Emperor's immortal king tribulation had dispersed, and the entire divine Silkworm Ridge was celebrating. The sealed imperial prince, Taoist divine Silkworm, had broken out of his seal and charged into the starry sky to welcome his father back. After the divine emperor succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, he first conversed with the descendants of the divine Silkworm clan, and then he brought his son back to the god domain. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. The divine emperor bowed to Zhou Tong. Taoist divine Silkworm bowed as well. We just took what we needed. Zhou Tong nodded slightly to the Divine Emperor, and then he gazed at Taoist Divine Silkworm and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years." "Yeah, you remind me of the battle with Big Dipper." Taoist Divine Silkworm sighed with emotion. He recalled the battle where he, Zhou Tong, and the Holy Prince had fought Huiqilan, the Golden Maiden, Long Nu, and Prince Tian. "But I already know what you're thinking, fellow Taoist." Zhou Tong pondered deeply for a moment, and then he waved his hand, causing a page refined from immortal gold to float out and descend onto Taoist Divine Silkworm. At the same time, a crimson-red fruit flew out from Zhou Tong's hand and flew towards Taoist Divine Silkworm. This was a completely new scripture that Zhou Tong and the Divine Emperor had completely perfected after discussing the Tao all these years. The Divine Emperor definitely wanted Zhou Tong to pass this scripture to his son because he didn't want his son to walk his own path. He wanted Taoist Divine Silkworm to use their Tao as a reference and walk a completely new path. The crimson-red fruit was a fruit from the 9-profundity longevity herb, and it just so happened to be able to help Taoist Divine Silkworm cultivate. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. I owe you a favor for this," the Divine Emperor spoke solemnly. After that, the Divine Emperor left the God domain with his son once more. Right after the Divine Emperor left, Zhou Tong slowly took out something. It was a colorless and transparent object that seemed like a ring condensed from a river. It was Zhou Tong's diamond carving. "It's time to experiment with the 11 transformations I created." Zhou Tong casually pointed at the diamond carving. Rumble! Immediately, the originally colorless and transparent diamond chakram that resembled a long river suddenly turned scarlet red. Like a drop of red ink dripping into a cup of water, the scarlet color quickly spread to the entire diamond chakram, dyeing it red. Following the appearance of red, orange appeared. The brilliant orange slowly fused into the diamond chakram, turning the scarlet river water into an orange-red color. Yellow crimson red radiance longevity jades crimson Tao, and golden radiance longevity jade crimson. The divine Sils, the divine emperors, the divine light Taos. Was gold red divine this time? Zhou Tong's refining was also to verify whether or not the 11 transformations he had created had any flaws. His Divine Sovereign Sutra must have 11 transformations, and these 11 transformations were the result of the fusion of the first 10 transformations. According to Zhou Tong's cultivation of the 6th secret realm, the first step was to transform the true fate of the 10 vicious beasts into the 6th secret realm. After that, the 10 vicious beasts' true fate would have to be fully integrated into one. It was just like how he had fused the 10 great divine forms of the Overlord body to create the one and only divine form on his path back then. The Soul Divine Exalt was a huge breakthrough in Zhou Tong's cultivation path. Thus, his 6th secret realm should also correspond to this breakthrough, allowing him to perfectly fuse the 10 true fate into one. And this fusion step was the so-called 11 transformations. Boom! At this moment, the diamond carving spun in front of Zhou Tong. Blazing 9-colored immortal light rushed into the heavens. Primal chaos leaked out, multicolored light rose, and endless great Tao runes surged. The void was agitated. Moreover, the diamond carving was getting bigger and bigger. The ring floated into the 9 heavens, emitting dazzling multicolored light. It was huge and boundless. As it spun, it brought along countless great Tao runes. At this moment, the entire universe saw the terrifying diamond carving in the sky above the divine realm. That's his diamond carving. Didn't it become an immortal artifact long ago? He wants to refine it into an immortal king artifact? Yi Fan looked at the huge diamond carving in surprise. His eyes were burning. Just the aura that the diamond carving was emitting now surpassed Yi Fan's. He knew that this weapon was going to become an immortal king artifact. Zhou Tong spent a full 3 years to reforge the diamond chakram. Only then was it truly completed. This made many people incomparably envious, especially the divine emperor. Even he wanted such an immortal king artifact. Of course, the divine emperor could see that Zhou Tong was further verifying his scripture. This diamond carving contained his own understanding and changes of the divine silkworm race's scripture. But why does he value our race's scripture so much? The divine emperor was puzzled. In these several thousand years of Tao discussion, he could clearly see that Zhou Tong had definitely put in a lot of hard work into this scripture. Zhou Tong's understanding of many of the contents even surpassed his own, the creator. In particular, his unprecedented 10th transformation had broken the limits of this scripture. This was because, according to the divine emperor's understanding, the first 10 became real, and the 11th and 12th became void. This just happened to unify the void and real, and it could even evolve into the 13th transformation in the future. However, Zhou Tong added an additional transformation of the real, which greatly increased the upper limit of the scripture. A human's understanding of the divine silkworm race's scripture exceeded that of the divine silkworm race. This was truly puzzling to the divine emperor. Real transformation, the 10th transformation, became the 11th transformation. Then, how will you evolve the void transformation in the future? Your void transformation should be stronger, otherwise, how can it match the real transformation? The divine emperor was perplexed. He couldn't understand the reason for Zhou Tong's current progress. At this moment, in the sky above the divine realm, something is wrong. Zhou Tong's expression slightly changed after he finished refining the diamond carving. He suddenly thought of something and immediately shot the diamond carving out. It turned into a 9-colored ray and flew into the desolate universe. Boom! At this moment, lightning suddenly filled the sky. All the beings in the universe were shocked. Even the divine emperor was shocked. Immortal King Tribulation. Immortal King Tribulation? But how is this possible? A weapon can also trigger an Immortal King Tribulation? The divine emperor was shocked. Not only the divine emperor, but Yi Fan and the others were also shocked. A weapon could actually trigger an Immortal King Tribulation. This really subverted their understanding of weapons. Could this be a completely new Tao? A weapon's Tao path? Yi Fan felt a little numb. Zhou Tong had caused so many waves that even he was a little envious. Even if it's a living weapon, it's closely related to us cultivators. Even if it triggers a heavenly tribulation, it shouldn't trigger such a great tribulation. Could it be that this weapon doesn't use its own Tao? No Beginning was also a little surprised. He naturally knew what a living weapon was. His own clock was such an example. However, he couldn't understand the concept of a weapon that didn't rely on a master and achieved Tao on its own. Chapter 11:13. It actually produced an Immortal King Tribulation? Zhou Tong was also a little surprised at first, but then he came to a realization. Yes, this diamond carving has been promoted to a Mortal King artifact, so it should produce an Immortal King Tribulation. Because the patterns of the Great Tao on this artifact were not only carved by me, but also the display and fusion of the profound meaning of the immortal gold. My diamond carving's refining technique is actually very similar to the refining technique of the pollen road in the future. It's not about artificially fusing the profound meaning of the Great Tao, but about letting nature refine on its own. It's normal for an Immortal King Tribulation to appear. In fact, before it became an immortal artifact, it had already undergone tribulation several times. It's just that for so long I neglected the Immortal King Tribulation. At this time, Zhou Tong thought of the diamond carving in the future era of the Holy Ground. It also had a heavenly tribulation. The diamond carving received the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Endless runes of the Great Tao seeped in from the outside world, constantly turning into light and evolving into symbols. They continued to imprint on the diamond carving, promoting it to become stronger. Finally, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the diamond carving returned to normal. It turned into a 9-colored light and instantly flew back to Zhou Tong's palm from the desolate edge of the universe. "This is the brand new diamond carving." Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction. The brand new diamond carving was already an Immortal King artifact. It was magnificent, and the 9-colored light of the immortal gold flowed like the most perfect art of the heavens. Compared to the previous diamond carving, the 9-colored light of the immortal gold was much more hazy, and it had a dreamlike beauty. Chi. With a flash of multicolored light, the brand new diamond chakram was brought out by Zhou Tong. It shone brightly in the air. The radiance was too resplendent, practically illuminating the heavens. Countless runes curled around it. The brand new diamond carving's power was too strong, and it could split heaven and earth. The inside of the ring was like a world changing, swallowing and spitting the sun and moon, and could suck in all the stars in the sky. At the same time, the spinning ring drove strands of time energy, making it seem eternal and immortal. Seeing this scene, countless people in the universe gasped. "What an amazing diamond carving! It actually contains the power of time and space." Many people exclaimed in admiration. There were even more people who were envious, wishing that this thing was theirs. However, Zhou Tong quickly put away the diamond carving. "So that's how it is. These small parts of the scripture can still be slightly modified." After Zhou Tong put away the diamond carving, he immediately contacted the god inside the diamond carving. He carefully studied the profound meaning of the 11 Changes Sutra. Suddenly, he had an idea of how to modify it. "It's about time for me to begin cultivating the 10th transformation." Zhou Tong flipped his palm and put away the diamond carving. It turned into a 9-colored light and entered the 10 heavenly ring, assisting Zhou Tong's true fate in suppressing the world and further stabilizing the 10 heavenly ring. Soon, Zhou Tong began to cultivate the 10th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra that he had comprehended. Sutra after sutra flowed into his heart like water. At the same time, the 9 phantoms in his 10 heavenly ring began to emit a mysterious halo. Boom! In the next moment, Zhou Tong activated the reincarnation mirror. A brilliant light of reincarnation shone on Zhou Tong's primordial spirit and body. Then, Zhou Tong's mind went blank. It was as if he had been reborn. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pitch-black world in front of him. It was like a world of ghosts. At the same time, he looked inside himself. His entire person had changed. He had turned into a strange beast. Its body shape was similar to a wolf's, but this wolf had a pair of huge bull horns on its head. There was also a vertical eye between its eyebrows that emitted a terrifying aura of death. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. They were extremely hard, like dark immortal gold. They emitted a cold luster. Between the gaps of the scales, blood-red hair grew. The most terrifying part was the 9 tails on its back. Each tail was like a horned dragon without limbs. It was ferocious and frightening. This was the 9 phantoms of the vicious 10. Roar! Almost instinctively, it opened its mouth and howled. Although it was only a cub, this howl was like the sound of a bell of death. One could see strands of green ripples spreading out from its mouth in all directions. Wherever the ripples swept, everything turned to ashes. Moving its 4 limbs, Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms AO turned into a red and black light and flew across the ground. Day after day passed. Zhou Tong lived, fought, cultivated, and killed in this strange battlefield as the 9 phantoms AO. This was the strangest battlefield. There were all kinds of powerful monsters everywhere. Roar! With a wild howl, the 9 dragon heads and tails covered the sky and stabbed forward like the stinger of a scorpion, fast and vicious. At the same time, the dragon heads roared and the void collapsed. Boom! With a loud sound, The endless void in front of them seemed to be completely destroyed. Everything was swallowed up by the 9 dragon heads and tails. The 9 tails were like 9 black holes. The dragons' mouths were filled with endless runes. When they exploded with full strength, a large area of the void was swallowed up. The 9 phantoms AO rampaged across the battlefield. Sometimes the dragon heads and tails swallowed the sky and the earth, sometimes the bull horns charged wildly, and sometimes the eyes of death pierced through the sun and moon. This was the life of the 9 phantoms AO, the most cruel and dark. Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms AO continued to fight and kill on the battlefield, and this battle lasted for 1,000,000 years. Zhou Tong's body also evolved into the 9 phantoms AO again. His body was filled with killing intent and the aura of death. Boom! Finally, Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms AO shook violently and turned back into human form. He opened his eyes, which were filled with the color of death. This was the result of 1,000,000 years of reincarnation. Over the past 1,000,000 years, he had come from killing and fighting. 1,000,000 years of time. After becoming an immortal king, the reincarnation light's reincarnation time is completely different from before. Now I understand why the 9 phantoms AO is the most vicious of the vicious 10. Turns out that a normal 9 phantoms AO grows up like this. 1,000,000 years of fighting, unimaginable battle experience. The light in Zhou Tong's eyes gradually dimmed, and he returned to his original appearance. 1,000,000 years of reincarnation was only an instant in reality. However, Zhou Tong knew that he had saved a lot of time. In reincarnation, he grew up again as the 9 phantoms AO, from childhood to adulthood, and then to immortality. During this time, countless comprehensions became Zhou Tong's foundation. Along with this, the quasi-immortal emperor light on his body became stronger. The 10th true fate, the 9 phantoms AO, is also complete. Zhou Tong looked at the 10 heavenly rings. The 9 phantoms AO divine fetus was different from before. Its eyes were much more lively, as if it had a real life. The 9 phantoms AO divine fetus had officially become the 9 phantoms AO true fate. Zhou Tong's 10 true fates were also complete at this moment. Chapter 11:14. The last true fate has been perfected. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and a mysterious feeling emerged in his heart. It was the feeling of a perfect great Tao. In terms of true fate, it had been completely perfected. Moreover, my 10 heavenly divine ring has become more stable. Zhou Tong looked at his 10 heavenly divine ring and said in his heart, the 10 vicious true fate was born within the 10 heavenly divine ring. The 10 heavenly divine ring and the 10 vicious true fate had an inseparable connection. Now that the 10 vicious true fate was perfected, it naturally affected the 10 heavenly divine ring. I feel, after perfecting the true fate this time, my 6th secret realm seems to have shown signs of expansion. After some research, I should be able to integrate the 2nd true fate. Zhou Tong felt that his 6th secret realm was about to extend. But now there's no chance. The diamond carving has been cultivated and the 9 heavens 10 earths has experienced another immortal king tribulation. If I don't deal with the problem of the world tree, this world will choose a new world tree. Zhou Tong stood up and took a step. The stars reversed and he had already arrived at the desolate region of the universe. Then, with another step, he left this world and entered the depths of the primal chaos sea. His goal was very clear. It was the location of the realm sea. He couldn't go to the foreign realm for a short period of time because Zhou Tong was afraid that he would immediately be surrounded and beaten up. Moreover, it was very likely that it was those immortal kings who had been baptized by the blood of half-immortal emperors. Therefore, his goal was the realm sea. Although the realm sea had already been taken away by the heavenly emperor Huang, and that place had already become a piece of primal chaos, that place had long been visited by darkness. The first dark immortal king that Zhou Tong met was there. Speaking of which, the realm sea was hidden by Heaven Emperor Huang. Then what has become of the place where the realm sea was originally located? Zhou Tong was very curious. Then, he immediately entered the primal chaos in front of him. This primal chaos was very special. The more Zhou Tong went, the more he felt a kind of oppressive aura. And the further he went, the deeper the primal chaos seemed to be dyed. The color became darker and darker. In the depths it was almost pitch black. Zhou Tong felt a dense dark matter. So much dark matter? Could it be that this was the source of the dark matter? Could it be that the Soul River and the ancient underworld are hidden in this area? Zhou Tong's brows furrowed as he stared at the pitch-black chaos. According to the history he knew, this shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, specks of light appeared in front of him. Specks of red light appeared in the black-dyed primal chaos. It was very brilliant. Something different had appeared in this strange chaos. Zhou Tong immediately became alert. Perhaps there were enemies in front of them. He continued to move forward. Every step he took caused an illusion to fade away. But as he approached the land of scarlet light, Zhou Tong gradually understood that the scarlet light carried the mark of an immortal king. It was blood, the blood of an immortal king. Boom! Suddenly, as Zhou Tong approached, a strange man with disheveled hair emerged from a patch of pitch-black primordial chaos. His entire body was shrouded in pitch-black mist. He roared and quickly attacked Zhou Tong. This was a strange person whose entire body was corroded by darkness. He was extremely powerful, and he was also an immortal king. Unfortunately, he had completely lost himself. His entire body emitted a dark aura. This strange person's pitch-black hair danced in the wind. His fighting style was almost instinctive. It didn't seem to be controlled by a real immortal king. Clang! He formed a sword art and lightning seal. Instantly, 100,000 sword chi surged, like billions of divine thunder rumbling. Pitch-black lightning leaves appeared in the void. As if they were made of dark immortal gold, they were incomparably dazzling and attacked Zhou Tong. This is the fusion of the Lightning Emperor technique and the grass symbol sword art? Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect this immortal king to use the treasured technique of the Vicious Ten. Moreover, it was the fusion of two great treasured techniques. Kill! However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. Zhou Tong was very decisive. He directly attacked. Immortal light bloomed all over his body, and his hair danced in the wind. He directly fought with this strange person. Pooh! However, after only 10 moves, this strange person who had been corroded by darkness was immediately shaken by Zhou Tong until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His arms, which were holding the sword art and lightning seal, almost exploded in the collision. Kill! Kill! This strange person seemed to have completely lost his mind. He completely ignored his injuries and attacked crazily, continuing to fight with Zhou Tong. However, it was all in vain. This strange person was a giant among immortal kings. Even his physical body was the strongest immortal king Zhou Tong had ever seen. He was not inferior to himself. Unfortunately, he was delirious and couldn't unleash his combat strength. Naturally, he was far from being a match for Zhou Tong. There was not much suspense in the battle. Pooh! After dozens of moves, Zhou Tong slashed out with all his strength. There was nothing it couldn't break. This immortal king who had been corroded by darkness was instantly beheaded. Kill! Kill me! However, after his head was removed, this person seemed to have regained some consciousness. His eyes were no longer as crazy as before. He begged Zhou Tong to kill him. You've regained your consciousness? However, Zhou Tong didn't make a move. It wasn't easy to find someone who could communicate with him. He naturally didn't want to kill him just like that. He moved extremely quickly. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of immortal light. It lingered around this person's head and purified the dark matter. As it was purified, this person's eyes became clearer and clearer. He advised, "It's useless. Don't waste your divine power. Even if this dark matter is purified, it will mysteriously reappear. Only by killing me can you end everything. It's the erosion of the system. You're also cultivating the 5 mystic realms technique left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang?" After a brief examination, Zhou Tong discovered that this person was from the same system as him. System erosion. Do you know anything about it? This person's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's the dark matter that wants to completely erode our entire system. In the future, anyone who cultivates this system will fall into darkness, Zhou Tong replied. System erosion? So it's the system erosion? Heavens, you're so cruel. But how is that possible? If you want to erode our entire system, then wouldn't the system's founder be? Impossible. You're invincible. No one can defeat you. This person seemed to have understood something, but his expression became even more painful. Zhou Tong said, "Are you referring to Heavenly Emperor Huang? He should be fine because I've also been affected by the dark matter. However, I've solved the problem. If something happened to Heavenly Emperor Huang, I won't be able to solve it so easily. You don't have to die. If you can open the 6th mystic realm, this level of dark matter erosion is nothing." The 6th mystic realm? You opened the 6th mystic realm? This person looked at Zhou Tong in shock. However, his eyes dimmed immediately. "If I could open the 6th mystic realm, I would have succeeded long ago. I'm not talented. If Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't cleanse my body with his monarch blood, I wouldn't be able to cultivate to my current level." What? Someone who was cleansed by Heavenly Emperor Huang's monarch blood? He's one of the 800 veterans? Zhou Tong was shocked. No wonder this person's physical body was so terrifying that even he couldn't kill him with his full strength. After the quasi-immortal Emperor light appeared on the surface of his body, he could kill an ordinary immortal king with his full strength in 3 to 4 moves. Logically speaking, this kind of irrational immortal king should be faster. However, in fact, he had used up more strength to win. However, it wasn't strange that he was someone who had been cleansed by Heavenly Emperor Huang's monarch blood. If this person hadn't been affected by the dark matter and was still at his peak, Zhou Tong would probably have to fight with all his strength to defeat him. Chapter 11:15. Zhou Tong looked at the old soldier in front of him with countless doubts in his heart. This old soldier didn't seem to know much. They were clearly the people that Celestial Emperor Huang valued the most. He even gave them his emperor blood to baptize their bodies, but in the end they suffered from the corrosion of darkness? How did you get infected by this thing? When was the last time you saw Celestial Emperor Huang? Zhou Tong continued to ask. He really wanted to know what had happened later. Celestial Emperor Huang left for who knows how long, so long that we forgot. More than 500,000 years ago, the dark matter reappeared. Ancestral Master Meng protected us, and then went to high heavens alone. The old soldier said. He told Zhou Tong a lot of things he knew. However, this old soldier didn't know much. Moreover, Zhou Tong also felt that he seemed to be a little confused. Some of his words were contradictory and didn't connect. It should be caused by the corrosion of darkness. So the disappearance of the Realm Sea and Celestial Emperor Huang's sword qi was not because Celestial Emperor Huang came back once, but because of Meng Tianjing. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. He had guessed wrong. It was not Celestial Emperor Huang who did it, but Meng Tianjing. Yes, Meng Tianjing has cultivated to the quasi-immortal emperor or even the immortal emperor realm in these endless years. Zhou Tong understood. In terms of talent, Meng Tianjing was not much inferior to Celestial Emperor Huang. He was the first person to walk the path of using the body as a seed. He was even about to succeed back then. It could be said that he was the initiator of the heaven-shrouding technique. In high heavens, he could be called Daozu. Without Meng Tianjing's experience, Celestial Emperor Huang might not have succeeded in cultivating the body as a seed. If I'm not wrong, Meng Tianjing might have gone to high heavens to suffer a calamity. Zhou Tong guessed secretly. Kill. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that the aura of the person in front of him had changed. Killing intent surged. Another consciousness jumped out from his body. He immediately bared his teeth and laughed sinisterly at Zhou Tong. Suppress. Zhou Tong casually tapped the space between his eyebrows. Before this consciousness could do anything else, a beam of immortal light directly suppressed it. However, Zhou Tong also understood that he could not save him because a new consciousness had been born in his body, and this consciousness was hostile to his original consciousness. If they were not enemies, perhaps they could still be saved. For example, Huolinger, Heavenly Emperor Huang's wife. However, these two consciousnesses that would fight to the death would be difficult. Perhaps Heavenly Emperor Huang could be saved, but it was impossible for Zhou Tong to do so now. Most importantly, this person's primordial spirit had also been contaminated. Even if his primordial spirit was extracted, it would be useless. His primordial spirit would quickly give birth to a second consciousness. Kill me! Quick, I can't control this consciousness anymore. The man's eyes regained their clarity as he spoke to Zhou Tong. I finally understand the mentality of the desolate borders 7 kings during immortal ancient era. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. Facing the darkness, he was still too powerless. Even though he had cultivated the 6th secret realm, if he encountered a slightly stronger dark matter, such as a half-immortal emperor-level dark matter, he would not be able to withstand it. Farewell. Zhou Tong had no other choice. He slapped down with his palm and completely killed this person. Then, a divine flame and immortal light repeatedly purified the remaining dark matter in his body. Out of respect for his ancestors, Zhou Tong did not use this person's body. Dark matter is indeed terrifying. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. This was a veteran who had been baptized by Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood. Even he was affected. One could imagine how terrifying this dark matter was. Speaking of which, how did this person get contaminated by the dark matter? If he wasn't deliberately schemed against or contaminated with a half-immortal emperor-level dark matter, ordinary dark matter shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Zhou Tong still had many doubts in his heart. Why would this person appear here? Who was the one who schemed against him? Were there still half-immortal emperors ahead? A series of doubts surged in Zhou Tong's heart, causing him to be puzzled. I'd better walk forward and see. If I really encounter something that I can't deal with, I'll come back. Zhou Tong hesitated for a while before finally deciding to walk forward. In front of him, the chaos was hazy, but the color was almost pitch black. The density of the dark matter here was simply unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, waves of ripples suddenly came from the depths of the chaos. Those were great Dao runes. With pitch-black light, they spread out and swept through a large area of chaos. This was simply the most terrifying storm. It whistled past, destroying the world. What a terrifying storm! And these great Dao runes. Could it be the aftermath of a half-immortal emperor's attack? Zhou Tong moved sideways, a trace of shock appearing in his eyes. Even he would have to use all his strength to deal with such a storm. If it was an ordinary immortal king, he would probably be killed immediately. After avoiding this storm, Zhou Tong continued forward. Boom! However, in the next moment, thunder rumbled in front of him. Streaks of pitch-black lightning rampaged in the chaos like millions of black dragons dancing wildly. This was still something formed by a terrifying law and great Dao order. It was enough to kill an immortal king. Moreover, The most important thing was that this area wasn't just one or two bolts of lightning, but a large pitch-black sea of lightning. Even if Zhou Tong wanted to go around, he didn't know how long it would take. What is this dark lightning? Zhou Tong's eyes were incomparably deep. After pondering for a while, he directly rushed towards the black lightning. Rumble! Zhou Tong fought against the black lightning with all his strength. He surged all the mana in his body and fought against the most terrifying runes. The half-immortal Emperor light on his body also shone with an unprecedented light. In this confrontation, Zhou Tong vomited blood. His body was covered in wounds. Countless bolts of lightning pierced through his body, charring his body black. Countless great Tao runes were like blades, slashing into his body heavily. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally retreated and left this area. At the same time, the divine fire in his body surged and immortal light shone, purifying the dark matter in his body. Half a month later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a strange and mysterious great Tao rune appeared on his fingertip. It was the half-immortal Emperor rune contained in the lightning. After spending so much time, I finally imprinted a half-immortal Emperor rune. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep. He stared at this rune without moving and carefully comprehended it. He wanted to pry into the deepest secrets of this rune. He had been sitting here for 3,000 years. Without a doubt, this half-immortal Emperor rune gave Zhou Tong a lot of inspiration. It greatly broadened his horizons, allowing him to pry into the mysteries of the half-immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 11:16. The quasi-immortal Emperor runes that belong to the Thunder technique. After comprehending them for 3,000 years, I've finally taken a step forward and found the method to integrate the Thunder Emperor's true fate into the sixth secret realm. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. He then sat down cross-legged, and the immortal light of the 5 secret realms in his body quickly spread in, and then merged into the Thunder Emperor's true fate bit by bit. In an instant, the entire Thunder Emperor's true fate was completely ignited, and the terrifying light illuminated the past, present, and future. The Thunder Emperor's true fate completely disappeared in the long river of history, and in its place was Zhou Tong's figure. At the same time, a mysterious power spread out from the Thunder Emperor's true fate and flowed into Zhou Tong's body. So comfortable! Zhou Tong couldn't help but close his eyes. He felt that his limbs and bones were relaxed. This feeling was like absorbing the fortune of the heavenly tribulation after transcending it. The special power that belonged to the Thunder Emperor's true fate turned into a ray of light that nourished his skin and spread to every inch of his bones and internal organs, nourishing his body and strengthening it again. This effect was too powerful. In just a moment, Zhou Tong's body was wrapped in colorful mist of various colors, and colorful clouds appeared on his body. He was mysterious and unfathomable. There was also an incomparably exuberant vitality rippling out from his body. It was vigorous and powerful, and there was a kind of thriving vitality. All kinds of symbols flashed all over his body, like light, fire, lightning, and water. They were not imprinted on his body, but flowed in his body, shuttling through every gate of potential. Zhou Tong could sense that the gates of potential, which had originally reached the peak, had undergone another transformation. The potential contained in each gate was even stronger. Crackle! In Zhou Tong's body, all the bones began to move rhythmically, emitting the sound of metal colliding and the resplendent sound of the great Tao. His bones were also improving, emitting a luster, like an eternal light that would never be extinguished. After a long time, Zhou Tong stood up again. He opened his eyes, and his eyes contained the sun, moon, and stars. The quasi-immortal Emperor's light on his body was more than twice as dense. This light was no longer floating on the surface of his body, but was blooming from within. Somehow, he was even closer to breaking through to the monarch realm. After the second true fate turned into the sixth secret realm, the changes became even more obvious. Zhou Tong's heart was filled with shock. Back then, when the true fate of Mole Cricket turned into the sixth secret realm, Zhou Tong didn't feel anything different. He only felt that his arcane energy had deepened and his affinity with time and space had increased by a few folds. But now, after the second Lightning Emperor's true fate turned into a second secret realm, Zhou Tong discovered that his entire body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, as if he had successfully passed the tribulation. That's right, the true fate of the 10 Vicious has turned into the sixth secret realm, which means that I've assimilated all the characteristics of the 10 Vicious into my body and evolved. Zhou Tong suddenly understood the changes that had happened to him. The true dragon's transformation is the strongest, the immortal phoenix's vitality is the strongest, the Qilint's aura is the strongest, the 9-leaf sword grass attack is the strongest, the heavenly horned ant's strength is the strongest, the 9 netherworld python's fierceness is the strongest, the Kuan Peng's yin yang dao, the lightning emperor's strongest lightning technique, the divine striking stone's strongest divine sense attack, and the grand Tao of time and space of Mole Cricket. Assimilating all of these into my body, gathering all the strengths of the 10 Vicious, this is the biggest change that my sixth secret realm has brought me. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This was different from Zhou Tong's 10 Vicious divine form and tyrant ancestral body. Although Zhou Tong's tyrant ancestral body was said to have gathered all the strengths of the 10 Vicious, in reality, it was only an improvement on the foundation of the human race, not reaching the level of the 10 Vicious. But the sixth secret realm was completely different. To be more precise, the sixth secret realm's transformation didn't bring about an increase in cultivation, but rather a type of increase in life essence. Using strength as an example, the heavenly horned ant was known to be number 1, but in reality, the human race's exceptional heavenly talents could also cultivate to a level where they weren't inferior to the heavenly horned ant of the same level. For example, Heavenly Emperor Huang achieved this. Even the current Zhou Tong believed that his strength wouldn't be weaker than the heavenly horned ant of the same level. However, in reality, this type of strength was brought about by an extremely outstanding individual. However, Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm's transformation was different. What it brought was an increase in foundation, an increase in innate talent. In other words, once he merged his heavenly horned ant true fate, his strength would be even greater than the heavenly horned ant of the same level. An individual could rely on exceptional talent, hard work, and opportunities to catch up to some extreme race's innate strength. But what if an individual with exceptional talent also possessed the innate strength of an extreme race? Innately powerful races would often grow slower than those normal races. This was the greatest balance in the universe, and Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm was an existence that broke this balance. This was the true power of Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm. From another perspective, this was a type of heaven-mending technique, allowing Zhou Tong to reach the highest level among the Vicious 10. It was to the extent where, when combined with Zhou Tong's own conditions, he would surpass the original Vicious 10. There are still many profound mysteries of my sixth secret realm that I haven't fully studied. There are still many powerful areas that I need to explore. This point can only be slowly studied and grasped after completely merging the Vicious 10 true fate into my body. Zhou Tong was filled with endless expectations. The second true fate has also turned into the sixth secret realm. The third true fate will be the true dragon. Zhou Tong looked towards the true dragon true fate within the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. During these years, the true dragon true fate has further perfected the great Tao law in my 10 heavenly passages divine ring. Zhou Tong was looking forward to the transformation of the true dragon true fate into his sixth secret realm. when the true fate of the vicious 10 heavenly passages divine ring transformed into the 6th secret realm, it was still weak and had just passed the immortal king tribulation. However, because it was originally one of the vicious 10, its combat strength had reached the level of a peak immortal king. The true fate of the Thunder Monarch, it had spent countless years in the river of time before it finally reached the level of a immortal king. As for the true dragon true fate, when it was in the realm of immortals, it was already infinitely close to the level of an emperor. Its combat strength was comparable to that of immortal King Di Guang. However, because the great Tao in the realm of immortals was incomplete, the true dragon true fate's combat strength was reduced. Of course, after returning from the realm of immortals for so many years, the missing great Tao law in its body had already been repaired. Now, the true dragon true fate's combat strength was not inferior to Zhou Tong's original body at all. It might even be a little stronger. It could be said to be the strongest among immortal kings. Zhou Tong was looking forward to seeing how powerful he would be when the true dragon true fate also transformed into the 6th secret realm. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.